Welcome to today's presentation of my massive backlog of levels to get through. The plan today was to feature a number of levels, recent creations by alumni of 4, 5, 6, and xYMM Years of Mario Maker, since we are, of course, coming towards the 3rd anniversary of this game, Mario Maker 2. And despite not having this dialed up originally, since Grikowski just brought in that gigantic raid with a party of 182, much of it I know from Carl, as well as a bit of an assist from Chichuri in the last stream and a puzzle stream just now. We are going to start with the latest Grikowski puzzle, 3rd Dimensional Snowball. So let me just give you a quick shout out so everybody can see Grikowski's wonderful puzzle stream. You said you were going to raid someone else, and then you saw my live notification. Luckily, I got on just in time. So yes, for my regulars, I am, for the next few weeks, back to this later start time due to a number of different circumstances, but it just means we'll be able to pick up right where Grikowski left off. So, the Twilight Zone is always shown in the home of Spike Snow. Hints in pipe. Let's take a look. And here's a house. We will, of course, check around the house just to see how that goes. Teramis, this is not an unusually late start time. It was actually my regular time all of last year. Like I said, I'm back to it for the next few weeks since I'm actually in a different setup temporarily for the next little while. Let's take a look here. The object is to get up to the key door, which is directly overlapping a key. And we've got a spike here that's doing something for me, but we'll find out what. Okay, question block over here seems to very heavily imply that this is eventually going to be a vine that we will need to climb, because of course otherwise we will not be able to climb through this location. Now, Teramis, speaking of which, I hear that Grikowski had a much easier time with a certain step in a certain low-budget puzzle than I did. In which case, congratulations to him. Okay, so let's actually look at this and map it out. There's a stump that spawns initially. There are the donut blocks that are on the left side, implying that I need to get up to the top of the ceiling, drop down the donut blocks on the left side, and then sneak underneath and hit the vine from below. Hit this thing here from below. This means that we will need to find some way to cross up top, which is only going to happen on the right side of the puzzle over here, which requires me to not only get the muncher out of the way, probably using the power block, but also activate the on-off switch, which would require something like the snowball. Except the snowball would need to spawn in a location that would allow it to be thrown like that. That would mean the spike itself needs to be dropped. Once the spike is dropped, it's able to throw the snowball in the location that's marked by the cloud. The snowball should be able to roll over here, hit the on-off switch, and then drop everything down here. Donkey Mint, thank you for the resub. Always glad to have you here. And indeed, Donkey Mint, if you're able to stay, I'll probably dial one of yours up right after this one. I actually was going to start with a Donkey Mint level today, but then since Grikowski came in with the raid, we swapped to this one instead. Okay, so let's see what happens if I let's think about this for a moment. We want to probably get a claw drop, like I said, on the spike, which will mean that I will have to probably... Let's think about this for a moment. I can't see a way to get the POW upstairs right now, but... And thank you for the resub as well, Grikowski. Always glad to have continued support from all of you fine folks. If we drop the snowball over here, we're able to escort the POW over to the left side and drop the POW onto the claw. No, I won't, actually. That's not how it works. Let's try that again. The fact that we have access to multiple snowballs, though, is probably very important. Yeah, because you can't just bounce on top of that guy unless I set it rolling first, like rolling onto the slope, for instance, and perhaps it'll roll back. Because if it's in its rolling state, I should be able to jump on top of it. So that means we... Whoops. Sorry, let's grab one snowball, let's bring it over to the other side. And... here we go. And as always, do let me know if there are any technical issues with the stream. Like I said, this is temporarily a different setup than what I usually run. Let's just move everything out of the way. As you can see, I think I should be able to fire this and have it roll back. Nope, not quite. Maybe if I do some kind of drop with it. The idea was that if I have the snowball in a rolling state, I should be able to do something. No. I know what to do. Let's just use a snowball as my drop object. That probably didn't accomplish what I wanted, but yes, it does, because we're going to... Oh yes, no, I wanted to drop a second snowball over on this side. And then find a way to roll it over after that. Let's reset the whole thing. Okay. Other thing that comes to mind, because this was actually something that just came up in discussion with some of the puzzles on Krakowski's stream, which is why this is very fresh in mind, is that notice how you have this stump on top of the muncher over here. You have this exit that is marked with the key. You know that you have to loop down here and you have to hit the vine to go up. So the run in which you come down the left side has to be the same as the run in which you make it up to the muncher. And the key seems to be more or less superfluous, but at least it clearly marks the exit. I think the whole point of that door, in fact, is to mark the exit. Anyway, the reason I mention it is because activating a POW in a way that would clear the screen is obviously going to destroy this muncher. And while it would clear the right side, it would disable your ability to go through the key door, which means that we are going to have a remote activation of the POW. That is not something that is initiated by Mario's agency, because we need it to be out of range of the one on the left and detonated in such a way that it's only going to clear the right side muncher. So everyone's doing it, exactly. That's going to come later, though, and I guess I wouldn't say it's a spoiler necessarily, but it was certainly something that came to mind much faster than it otherwise would have, given that it was very fresh in mind from doing Terramis puzzle in particular, as well as some other ones recently, I'm sure. Anyway, back to the problem of this snowball, though. Notice as well, on-off switch activation would get me through the right side, but it would need to happen again in order to get me through the vine climb over here. So we actually need 2 activations of the on-off switch, which I hadn't previously considered. And let's do one more thing. If I'm not mistaken... No, that's not going to do anything for me, but we can probably... let's see here. So, let me just test one thing. If the snowball is thrown by me, this activation should still count globally, and yes, it does. It needs to be initiated indirectly. For example, by the spike. being the object that initiates the throw, which tells me that in the end, what we'll actually want to have happen is we'll want the POW to sit on top of the on-off switch. If we can get the snowball to hit the on-off switch, which we must do anyway, it's going to activate the POW on top of it, as usually happens when you hit a block that a POW is sitting on top. So we'll be working towards a state where the spike has been lowered, but where the POW is sitting in this location when the snowball hits. Then the question would be how we're going to get the second snowball hit after that, which, again, it might not necessarily be from the spike, it might be from some other kind of claw drop here, using multiple snowballs. Indeed, I think what can happen, well, we won't do it that way, we'll need to stash a few snowballs first. Let's save up as many as we can. But eventually, we'll be doing that. So, let's see what we can do here. And, oh, whoops, hang on. Let's do 2 snowballs, like this. Now, I wonder what happens if I, in fact, take this snowball through the door. And then, am I limited to 2 spawns? Let's take a look. I am. Okay. In which case, let's do that. Well, see if we can get a pickup here. Maybe not, but perhaps if we do some kind of object push. Lantis and Electrodude, welcome. The fact that the claw is swinging tells me, oh, you know what, I should have just dropped it on top to begin with. But then we should be able to get within claw range to do a claw drop. That's my thinking about it. Let's go back and take a look. And what do we got? Okay, let's drop it over here. Take this out. Drop this on the inside if we can. And then, oh, we need to position the POW first. Let's do that. Now we're probably missing one additional step after that in order to get the snowball to reactivate the on-off switch back to its initial state. But let's put this together a piece at a time and see what we can do. Okay, I was hoping that I could get within range of the claw, but what do we slide in? No. I may have needed to do something else here that we've neglected. I think this step is probably correct, though, looking at it here. It looks very much like the thing that we need. Oh, this level said something about pipe equals hint, right? Okay, so we should avoid the pipe, just to be stuck here a little longer. Okay, let's try this again. This being a third-dimensional snowball tells me that perhaps I should be looking at some way to retrieve an additional snowball on top of what we have here already. And because it feels like I definitely am short by a snowball in a way that's going to matter, I'm thinking about this. So right now, it looks like the failure of any other snowballs to spawn past this point is actually something that is entity limited. It is not something that is mechanical based on the spike itself. And the reason I say that is because if we respawn through here, we can kind of check that as well, that you do have the projectile stop because we are at limit. This tells me that we should actually be thinking about failing that once first. Here's the reason I say that. Because we can test this. No. Okay, so we are limited to these two. Alright, so it's not something based on the entities on the board. No, didn't think so then. But it's important to check that, just to make sure that that's not actually going to be part of the solution. You think the first hint is going to be necessary for most players? Interesting. Well, we'll see if we can figure it out ourselves first. It may be some kind of interesting edge case. The thing I'm thinking about here is that if we had the second snowball caught by the claw, whoops, in such a way that is going to swing the claw to the right. So for example, if you throw it in instead of dropping it, the claw should swing to the right and swing back to the left. If it swings back to the left, we would get within drop range, right? Or not. Okay, never mind. But I was thinking that it might be the case that if we can make the claw swing... The problem with that is the collision with the wall. Let's take a look. We may eventually check the pipe. It is part of the level after all, but until we get to that point, let's see what we can do. Yeah, because it seems like the idea here is that we need to find some way to do the drop. Now, one thing that could happen is let's say we... Whoops. Yeah, I don't think there's a way for me to get the POW up here right now either, which is part of the issue. But we drop it over here, trap that. There might be one loop through this where we actually do want to activate the POW prematurely. But we'll figure that out. Whatever is in the claw, of course, is not going to be affected. Let's see here. Well, you're telling me that the first hint may in fact be necessary for most players. Maybe it's something that mechanically we haven't encountered, but... Let's consider the known options here before we prejudge that. Just to kind of give this a proper stress test to see if it can, in fact, be figured out. Notice, too, that these are using the SMP3 white blocks, which will not affect anything, but is fun to play with nevertheless. Actually, it's not even doing that because it's the snow blocks. It's not even the... I don't think it necessarily even works in this theme. The warp whistle trick. Now that I think about it, I don't know if the warp whistle interaction works in a snow theme with these semi-solids, which merely resemble the real thing. So, you know that with the POW placed like this, I'm able to jump back up. Yeah, you think it only works in ground. That would make sense. in its own roundabout way. If I drop this on top, it does kill the spike. So that will not be it. I was definitely hoping that perhaps we can roll this down a slope like this, and then we jump up, and then we can probably... Well, now we've taken a POW up, which is an important step, because it's the first time we've been able to do that. And that might be interesting someday. Because it now allows me to take the POW up. This is interesting, because it allows me to spend a snowball on one side. Well, the issue is that now I don't know how to get the POW back to the right side, except by the door reset. But this seems like an important interaction, using that slope. And that would be something that a player might easily miss. Because it allows me to do the POW push. No, it doesn't. Never mind. I can get the POW back to the right side using a jump on top of a snowball. So let's not kill the spike yet, then. But it seems like this might be an important thing to know about. And we shouldn't rule out the possibility that the POW can be activated from this block, although I don't see how that can happen, given that we do eventually need to go up the muncher on the right side first. However, this allows me to spend as many snowballs on the right side as I want. Now, why would I want to do that? Because I may be able to use the POW to push myself through the bumper. Or do that, which wasn't quite what I envisioned, but okay. If I drop the POW in this location, in the claw, then... hang on. I should be able to then do a snowball drop. And that then rolls it down to slope. Well, not like that, I don't. But I wonder if the snowball on the claw followed by POW on the claw would work, because you know the POW is going to bounce on top of certain objects. Let's reset this. Let's try to get back to a similar setup and see if we can do something. I feel like this is a big step here, the snowball drop in this location. I think that's definitely a major component that could not possibly be accidental. Okay. Nope, that's not much of a drop. There we go. So let's say, yeah, we know that a direct drop of the POW is merely going to... well, we want an additional snowball on the left side, which means I should break this one. Because ultimately I do want 2 snowballs and a POW over on this side. That'll allow me to do a few things. It will allow me to take out the spike, do a snowball drop, and then a POW on top of the snowball. And I do want to see what this interaction will do if I position this accurately. Oh, that just kills it, of course. Okay, never mind. But I think we need to find some kind of configuration there that uses our available snowball budget strategically to move things back and forth between the 2 sides. So I guess we should leave the spike alive for a little bit longer. until we have a better idea what to do with that. The idea here of using the POW to bounce on top of the spike seems like an interesting one. I feel like it's a unique interaction that could come into play somehow. Now I'm able to do this, get the POW back on top in the middle at any point, so... The thing is to think about the item order that's going to allow me to A, get the POW back into the right side, and B, get the claw drop to function the way I want. Possibly it's going to be dropping 2 snowballs on top of each other, which I can do. I actually absolutely have a way to do that, which is... Whoa, no, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. Yeah, because the idea would be... Well, we're low on time anyway. Let's start this one over. Okay, let's not just put the POW in the line of fire like that. That was somewhat unwise. But if I get the POW onto the left side, I have a way to take 2 snowballs up with me. Which is an improvement. Okay. So, for example, I break this. Oh, no. Hang on. Forgot once again that we should perhaps not be doing this. Let's drop a snowball first. Then let's place a POW on this side. Then, let's break this guy. Let's get down here before anything happens. We drop 2 snowballs up here. We're going to take the POW around like this. We're going to take this up. We're going to drop 1 snowball. And if we drop the other one, we have the same problem as before, unfortunately, which is... But if we can kind of trap the claw off to the side... Yeah, because if the POW is blocking the passage, the snowball won't go anywhere. But if we find a way to... Whoops. Not like that, obviously. I think the idea I had before, using the POW to kill the spike by pushing into it with a soft drop, is correct. Because you crush the spike and you still have 2 snowballs available, then you drop 1 snowball into a claw, then you drop the other snowball into the claw. However, you do need to transport the POW back here, which requires a snowball on the left side before you do that. Which I think can still be managed. I do see the sequence, I think. It still doesn't resolve the problem of how to do the second activation on the on-off switch after the fact. But we'll assemble this as we can. Also, I see that my network is having a little bit of stutter. Hopefully it's not something that's too distracting or affecting the performance of the stream much too adversely. Whoops. Might be affecting my performance adversely, but that's how it goes. And okay, let's try it again. We'll go down here. We'll do the drop. It just paused once for you. Okay, as long as it's not extremely choppy. I guess it was just a temporary dip. Alright, so we want 2 snowballs available after the spike has been killed. Means we want to do what we did before and knock this out so we have 2 snowballs available on the left side. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. That's just an execution mistake, as usual. Let's try it again. I do have something specific I want to try, though, which will allow me to get 2 snowballs onto the claw in succession. so let's try this. Let's do the slope. Speaking of execution mistakes, you finally managed to clear that water boot level. It told you that you had a first cleared. Yeah, I think I played an older version then, because I did play it last week. So I think I might have done the final playtest before the contest submission or something. Unless my calculations are completely incorrect. Oh, okay. It was the same one I played. I wonder why then, because I definitely cleared it. But congratulations on your simultaneously reported first clear as well. Maybe mine was disqualified, who knows. Nintendo does what Nintendo does. That I haven't actually seen before, though, like a misreported first clear. Maybe it was just giving you a moral victory, who knows. Okay, let's take this one up here. Did you hear your name? Yes, you absolutely did. That's just what happens on my stream. You hear your name. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to use the POW as a soft drop like this, but within range of picking it up. Whoops, that's an execution mistake. So the idea here was that I wanted to leave the snowball alive. We take the POW, we drop this snowball on the left side over here. After taking the POW up. Wait, no I can't. No I can't. Yeah, no. If I used a POW to crush, I can't actually take it back, I think. Because it was depending on the flying snowball to do that for me. So this sequence does not work. Never mind. Never mind. That was not correct after all. But I wonder if I can do some kind of, like, self-squish here, to kind of, reposition. It still says you have first clear, but is my clear flag on the level, though? Because if so, that is very interesting. Maybe it's Nintendo's way of compensating you for all the likes it stripped. Or maybe you cleared it previously and you just forgot. Which seems unlikely given the nature of that solution, but, you know. Would never rule that out. We're low on time, let's just start this over. Okay, so what have we established so far? We know the snowball drop. We know how to get the POW over to the left side. We do not know how to get the POW back over to the right. Which we will have to do, because POW on top of the on-off switch, I think, is very clearly part of the solution. Particularly after the claw drop on this. I haven't really established conclusively yet that dropping snowballs in succession on top of the claw would even do the thing that I wanted to do, but the only way we will know is by, let's see here. Yeah, let's just try to walk through this again. It might be a glitch and you saw that the world record was apparently held by nobody. That's interesting. I have not seen that before either, as I was saying. Okay, let's kick this again. Let's try to focus here. Okay, we'll do this. Now, before I take the POW down, I need to make sure I know how to get the POW back up. I can only get the POW back up if the spike is alive. I still think that destroying this is going to be important, because we do want 2 snowballs available on the left side. If I have 2 snowballs available on the left side, then what I can do is well, we can see. I mean, obviously, I can always do perhaps a thing where I don't think I could take the POW up and jump over a snowball in the same sequence. That seems very unlikely, but if we can get 2 snowballs back on the left, what happens? You managed to figure out how to hit the switch, and that itself feels like an accomplishment. That's interesting. Yeah, because it seems like you need a snowball that is not caught by the claw. And to do that, you can swing the claw, or you can have some kind of object overlap that prevents it from being caught. Like, I was thinking that, you know, if you have the claw kind of slightly displaced to the left side, like if you swing the claw somehow and have it catch the POW in a way that is still trapped a block away, like if you had the claw kind of trapping the POW in this column, or trapping another object like a snowball in this column, but that seems unlikely, then you would have a clear column here to drop things through. But I was saying that seems a little bit strange. I wonder if I can do... I can't actually race the POW to it. I was hoping that maybe I could just crush myself. Interestingly enough, what if you do something like that? Snatch the POW. I mean, I've messed this up already, but... and then push it. No, it just squishes, as I would predict. The POW bounce on top of the spike is interesting. But the whole accomplishment here so far is that we've been able to get the POW above this location and into the left half. It seems like the only thing that gets me so far is, well, first of all, the ability to do that and completely spoil this round. But secondarily, get a snowball up top over here and get both snowballs up top. Now this you already kind of know about. But I was hoping to do like 2 successive snowball drops in this location here. Which isn't going to happen while the spike is kind of constrained like that in our item order. Yeah, because the POW, if dropped, is going to crush the snowball. The other snowball, if dropped, I would have expected to collide. Interesting. Let's try it again. Alright, let's drop this. Okay, so what else does the POW here get me? The other thing that we can do is we can... I mean, there's no point in smashing the snowball on the left side because it'll just respawn on that side. There is very much a point to smashing it on this side because it'll allow me access to more snowballs over there. Okay. Yeah, there's something to the claw drop here that I'm not really seeing yet necessarily. I think one thing we can do is we can suspend a snowball on top of a POW and then remove the POW and have the snowball just kind of drop naturally without being released by me. If that makes sense. So, for example, what you would do is you would kind of do the POW at this halfway displacement here, if I can. You drop a snowball on top against the wall almost. Take this away. There we go. And we even have an additional snowball available. There we go. That's it. Problem is, we don't know how the second activation is going to work. Okay, we can do that. Oh yeah, we needed to get 2 snowballs there so we can kill with 1. There we go. How do I do that then? Let's see. I think we needed to preload the snowball onto the claw because we had one available, and then we drop it after that, but that requires killing the spike, and I didn't have a good way of doing that yet. Yes, we do, because after I do the snowball interaction, I'm entitled to 1 additional snowball from the spike. Okay, we've solved it. We've solved it. Yeah, I really like this, by the way. This idea of differentiating the thrown state and a non-thrown state. Even though the thing about the soft drop of an object is that it never quite feels like you're throwing something, even though interactively Mario is still designated as the agent behind the attack, right? Okay, that's a fun one, though. I like that. Also noticeably a little harder for me to spot than some of the other Grikowski puzzles in recent memory. We'll even preload this thing in advance, just to make a big show of it. Okay, we'll race it over here. Now we're entitled to 2 snowballs, which is great, because that means we can we'll kill and then we'll drop, because I don't trust my ability to keep this alive and not have it slam onto the wall. We'll loop around, we'll hit... Oh, well, we'll do the claw drop and then we'll hit the vine. And that should be it. And yeah, very cool solution. You see, the thing is, when it's just dropping off the claw like that, it also looks like such a weak little snowball that's not going to harm anybody. Except the poor on-off switch that's taken such a beating. Now, why is there a pipe over here, I wonder? We will... Oh, because it gives you a snowball. Ah, I see. It's a little bonus to see if you actually understand this mechanic. Because, yeah, we can just do this with each of these segments, and it'll probably be like a flying mushroom, I'm sure. There we go. We're going to walk through this properly. Take no prisoners. Whoops. And, well, I have to position this accurately first. Okay. I didn't get this far just to not pick up my 3 1-ups for Endless within the allotted time. I am curious how you set up your hint screen, so I am going to go back into this afterwards to see what the hints look like. But of course I wasn't going to do that before I'd found a solution, so... Fantastic puzzle. Thank you for the GG. And yeah, the power range meta has really been taking off. Let's bring a POW with us. Hints 1 and 2. Let's take a look at 1. Oh, that's interesting. So it's telling me that the on-off switch is going to release a snowball and it's going to go through the spike and hit the block. Okay, great. I wonder what this thing is all about. Probably because this is a vine, and the vine will send everything up. Interestingly enough, the hint is completely unaffected by the fact that I brought the PAL block in with me. So. Completely unaffected. That's a sign of real testing. And this is just showing you the remote activation of the POW. Okay. So that's not something we really would have needed. Ah, yes, because it's showing you that the Muncher doesn't die. It's trying to communicate the idea that the POW, when hit by the snowball, that is not kind of directly launched by Mario. That it's not a fail state for the Muncher on the left. Okay. Great. As promised, we're going to catch up on some Donkey Mint levels, since he's here, and also signal the resub earlier on. Also because some of those levels have been nuked by Nintendo lately, and so we kind of have to race Nintendo to this and mop up a couple of the levels I've been putting off. Just one moment while I try to bring them up on my list. So these are the most recent ones I haven't done. I had done the older version of Behind Bars, of course, which I understand placed in the Tower Escape competition, quite deservedly so, I think. Let's go with the Swamps of No Putfoot. And yeah, there were one or two that I had failed to catch up on that were kind of in this zone and got deleted. I knew there was the Wrecking Crew level that I never got a chance to play, unfortunately. Dip toe in water, but don't put foot on ground. Okay. Dortler, you said somebody had a world record in 8 seconds. And, oh, interesting. So, glitch records actually get wiped. I had no idea. Let's land in the water. Okay. Just remembered at the last moment that we had clear condition here. Hence the no put foot title. That was way overshooting. That's okay. Let's see what's ahead of me, or rather, let's not. Yeah, I know for sure Wrecking Crew was one of the ones I did not get to play. And Merlin, welcome. No, that's a bad idea. Oh, no. I think I wanted to tap the shell from below, perhaps. Took me a moment to just kind of remember that this is an SMBU and that I will not be kicking the Koopas out of their shells anytime soon. Whoops. Very nice of that Spike to just add insult to injury. Evgar, welcome. It's going alright. Hope you've been doing well, and thank you for the follow. Okay, whoop, nope. Let's see, though, before we do anything, let's see if this interaction is what I think it is. And it is. You do need to bounce it before it does that, though. I think that is what is going to happen, that you have to kick the shell from below and then land on it before anything else happens with it. You said there was some bomb blaster clipping in that one. Yeah, the thing about offset blasters is, document, I understand that static cling also got nuked. Which is dreadful, because static cling was personally one of my highlights of xYMM. Particularly the little loop-de-loop boss fight at the very end. Whoops. Okay. We need to actually work on our timing on that one. Down we go. Okay, let's tap this, and then I have to... Nope. I needed to tap it going to the left and then kind of outpace it, I think. Because regardless, we need to land here, and then we need to hop around a little bit before we suffer the same fate as everybody in that death marker cluster. Very large death marker cluster. Okay, let's do this. Let's push. I feel like I needed to maybe get up to this slot here. Or, actually no, this entire corner that's been opened up feels like it's specifically supposed to be something I'm able to jump through. That little semi-solid corner that has been left very conveniently open for my purposes. And yeah, Edgar, I do backlog streams every now and then so I can actually catch up on some levels that have lower clear rates or by people who can't always show up at my crazy stream times. And so today I'm just catching up on a lot of the makers that I follow, particularly those from xYMM, just to see what people have been up to since last year's project. Partly because I know on my own followed list that my backlog is just a mile long. Yeah, static cling is 100% glitch-free, which strengthens the argument that Nintendo is deleting whatever gets reported. Like, if there was some kind of recourse to get things restored, it would be much less of an issue, but the fact that we have no avenue of appeal or communication is the real problem here. I seem to remember, by the way, speaking of xYMM, that when that Uncaged Dry Bones story level was up, it actually did temporarily get nuked before it was restored in its original state. And I don't know what happened there, but it's one of the few examples I can think of where a deletion was actually reversed. But unfortunately, the process is just completely opaque to us, and there's no saying when such reversals actually happen. Let's jump out of the water. Merlin, whether you have been an interesting builder lately is for me to decide, and I'll find that out when I catch up. Because I know, Merlin, that I am a few levels behind with you as well. And I understand you were working on your second super world for a while. I hope you've managed to get a little more going for that one as well. Whoops. Yeah, I completely failed to notice that that second pokey actually drops off the track. I don't know why I was expecting it to go back up. Probably because it was disguising the bottom of the track where the little notch is telling you whether it's going to be a drop or not. Whoop. And yeah, Edgar, I'm pretty sure I have played some of yours before, but I would not have caught up anytime recently, and so... But it was some time ago, I think. And, okay, here we go. Very possibly, Edgar, I may have played something by you in Maker 1. But I'm trying to remember. I was playing a fair bit of Maker 1 earlier this year on stream. and hoping to do more of it from time to time, particularly levels that cannot really be recreated in any way in Maker 2, which... I mean, it's true of a lot of Maker 1 creations, but I mean the ones that are really conceptually impossible to replicate. It is a game of a very different character in many ways. Okay, there we go. Okay, this swamp here. What are we doing with it? We need to make the side swamp move. It's not going to be trapped by any of the one-way panels necessarily, but it is going to allow something to spawn out of the pipe. Magic Koopa. Interesting. Now, why would we want that? Okay. Ah, because Magic Koopa continues, yes. And, oh, very kind of it to give me a mushroom. Not that we need it, it'll probably just get in the way. I want to jump on top of it. This is very interesting that the Magic Koopa in this entire screen location only has one possible landing zone before you scroll the screen forward. That's a really interesting use of a Magic Koopa that I don't think I had really seen in quite that fashion before. As you can see, the mushroom is just in the way, so we will not deal with it. Bad idea. We should have gone left. And good night, Gurkowski. I'm glad we managed to take care of your puzzle before you had to log off. But great stream, Gurkowski, on your side as well, and thank you so much for the raid. And let's continue. Oh. Whoop. Okay, fine, let's do it again. The first one was just a dress rehearsal. Yeah, interesting way to just get the single spawn off of it and then crush it into this location. No, why did I expect it to come out that soon? Let's wait for the Magic Koopa to actually show up first. Yeah, Evgar, I'm pretty sure I actually followed you in Maker 1, now that I think about it. And let's see here. Even back before I really connected with the xYMM people and got to know some of them, there were a number of them that I had sort of just found out about independently. So I wasn't very active in the Maker 1 community while Maker 1 was still kind of the active game. I only really caught on to a lot of the community projects like xYMM near the end of its lifespan. But one of the reasons that I would have been aware of it was because I had already been familiar with a number of the makers involved independently, and so I would have seen the tag on a number of their levels and kind of discovered the project from there. Okay. I needed to reverse all the way back, I think, before I get enough headroom to beat that. I probably would have been able to determine that just by calculating it visually, but let's do this again. Yeah, I regretted missing out on as much of the community side of Maker 1 as I did. And I think Maker 2, the kind of balkanization of Maker 2 is something that we've talked about quite a bit on this stream. And I think it started pretty much right from the beginning that, you know, people already had these very locked-in communities and very over-specialized notions, I guess, of what they considered to be good level design. And it seemed like a lot of that was just kind of already excessively enforced, I guess, right from the first month or so of Maker 2. And so, I mean, there's a lot that, in terms of the design of this game and its flexibility, or inflexibility, that Nintendo would be responsible for, in terms of alienating certain parts of the community that would have made it much more diverse in a design sense, in the way that the loss of the amiibo costumes, for instance, killed pretty much the whole kind of thematic traditional community, to the extent that it existed, which is a huge part of the casual appeal of this game, I think. Of Maker 1, rather. But, you know, the fact that things were built around streaming expectations, for instance, I do think was responsible for, the sudden plummet in popularity of much longer levels like Metroidvania-style levels, for instance, which were a big thing in Maker 1, as I recall. But because they don't really fit into something like a, you know, viewer-level context in a scene that is mostly circulating around Twitch, that kind of stuff understandably dropped off very quickly. And there were all kinds of reasons, anyway, that are not just about Nintendo, but are about a lot of the community dynamics back in 2019 that I think were not really completely positive for the game, even though I think a lot of it came from good intentions in terms of people wanting things like Endless to get off to a much better start than 100 Mario Challenge did in Maker 1. I think everybody wanted, you know, to populate Endless with what they considered good level design and do it quickly. But it did so in a way that perhaps did lead to this game becoming homogenized in some sense. Which the sort of aesthetic inflexibility of the changes to everything from amiibo costumes to semi-solids really didn't help. Yeah, it's interesting just how much more relevant Mario Maker Reddit was back in Maker 1. I feel like it has been really kind of a total afterthought in Maker 2, and despite the fact that we've met a couple of pretty decent makers from it. Whoops, let's remember to rush all the way back to the vines on the left. Yeah, it's really interesting to go back to, you know, when I was playing 123 and 123 YMM on stream earlier this year, I did go back to look at some of the Reddit posts that were advertising certain levels or certain makers. And everything, I think, was much more tight-knit back then in terms of people really kind of getting to know each other in a sense. It is the case in Maker 2 within certain communities, like the troll people know each other, the puzzle people know each other, the Team Jam people know each other, but, you know, the fact that genres have become so delineated in this game is good for those specific genres, maybe not so good for new player intake. Whoops. Whoops, I knew that was going to be a problem. And yeah, there have been a few people in Maker 2 that I effectively met or found out about through Maker Reddit. Like I can think of like maybe Pink Tops, Aegis Cook, Teramis, who was here, and in the chat. But that was also partly because these were people who were active on the streaming side or in other community projects as well, I think, where I kind of knew of them by reputation because I would see their levels being played elsewhere. Or I would be receiving like personal recommendations by other means, people who knew them and could vouch for their levels, etc. I feel like getting a capture card, though, was the best thing I ever did for my interest in this game as a player. It was probably not so good for my interest in this game as a maker, simply because I spend all my time playing instead of making these days. And yeah, Merlin has plenty to be recognized for. I think a couple of the streamers who are active during Merlin's hours have gotten a good sense of his level style by now. Whoop. It's interesting, though, that I play enough of this game, even though I've kind of slowed down quite a bit in 2022, I play enough of this game that sometimes when I browse Twitch, I just look at the thumbnails, and I can tell whose level is being played. Because you do see a lot of the same crew at certain hours roving between viewer level streams, and whoops, I only have time for one bounce in that piranha. I have to remember that. And yeah, Document, it'll be interesting to see what the outcome will be for the 7-year celebration that's being run this year. Because there does seem to be a conscious effort to reach out to a lot of previously unrepresented level styles. But at the same time, I think a lot of what made the xYMM projects succeed so well under Kavik, even going into Maker 2, is that there was still a lot of that residual community credibility with the first generation of the Maker streamers who kind of made themselves really big on Twitch. Like, you know who I'm talking about, the people kind of on the level of Pooh or Barb or Feeny, or the kind of big super streamers that came out of Maker 1 and subsequently the Kaizo community that it substantially revived. And so, in some ways, like a lot of the social link to that generation of the big super streamers has kind of become much more limited, I think. Given that a lot of them have also moved on or diversified their interests. I have to remember to reverse on the first bounce. And so, one of the really nice things about seeing 4, 5, and 6 xYMM as a streaming event was that it would draw in a lot of people who had otherwise drifted away from Mario Maker 2, or who had come to become a little bit enclosed within their own established communities. I think that there was a substantial amount of outreach there that was not really happening anywhere else, because everywhere outside of that, I think, you know, people had already kind of made up their minds about whether they would be interested in playing Trolls or Team Shell or what have you. And yeah, Terramis, once again, I think if you look at players who are sort of interested in Mario Maker without any prior community experience, the number one thing they look for is that they want to see things that are like Nintendo traditional Super Mario, but tuned towards people who feel like they're pretty good. Like, not Kaizo level, not people who want to handle item abuse or whatever, but who want to do moderately hard traditional, like a special world in a Nintendo game. And I think the loss of the amiibo costumes actually hurt that community much more than anything else, because the thing about traditional design is that while there are a lot of things that can make it very good, that are a skill set that's kind of difficult to spot and break down in some ways, the thing that keeps it from feeling very samey is a very strong sense of thematic or aesthetic diversity. And that was something that Maker 1 really brought to the fore in a way that Maker 2 couldn't really hope to replicate. That Like, Maker 2, I think, rides a lot on levels that feel mechanically unique despite being visually samey. Which is why I think some things like Team Jam, for instance, have remained relatively popular, that you can still design a lot of jumps or sequences of jumps that mechanically feel pretty well differentiated, even if on a first glance, in a first visual inspection, they seem like everything else you've played before, right? You know what? Yeah, going right away is the solution. That is the idea. We just maintain momentum, and then consider afterwards that I actually needed some things alive to go back over. No, what I wanted to do was drop into the water after the middle piranha has been removed. Okay, I understand it now. And we just need to twirl a few times to do that. I feel like I've not been completely attentive here while also talking about Maker 1. Sorry, I'll catch up in the chat in a moment. I just want to make sure I'm reading this jump properly, which I haven't been doing lately. Just can't get enough of this amazing Magikoopa interaction, though. But yeah, forward momentum, go in blind pretty much, and then second bounce over here. And then we twirl our way down here. There we go. Now we hit this. We could have done the spin jump on top of it, but it looks like we were within range of hitting the small Goomrat that's coming from the other side. And yeah, Merlin, I think one of the reasons that traditional is a really good fit for you is that you've been one of the makers who I think has really kind of figured out how to squeeze a lot of aesthetic identity out of the tools that are available in Maker 2. I think the people who have managed to do that still get a ton of mileage out of traditional. But yeah, in some ways I think it has become the most underserved community in Maker 2. Because, you know, you look at people who are kind of coming up from outside Mario Maker, and that's always the first thing they're asking for, really, if they're not already familiar with Maker's genres through having watched it on Twitch or YouTube or wherever else. And yeah, Pink Tops is a great example as well. Partly because I think Pink Tops has managed to find a lot of gimmicks that only really required kind of traditional style play to engage with. And has been able to build gimmick levels that have a very low technical prerequisite for playing them, because you can just kind of understand them in a very intuitive way. Oops. We played all of Pink Top Super World on stream about a year ago, I think. That was quite a fun time. He wrote extensive program notes for his whole Super World on Reddit to kind of track the whole story behind it all. I feel like I need to do the split, bounce on a small Goomba, and then carry that forward. Or we can do spin jumps again, but I don't really trust my timing on the Piranha, so. Or we can fall through the one-tile gap in the water, although I really don't trust my ability to do that. It looks like a bit of a precision style thing to do that, which I would not be especially capable of. And yeah, Evgar, I actually wonder if I played that level that you're talking about, the one that you mentioned of yours, but I can look that up later on and see. I know you mentioned it like way up the chat, and I have to probably scroll way back, but because I know I've played something of yours here. Super Mash Brothers, maybe. I don't necessarily remember things by title, but I'll have to look it up afterwards. Yeah, it'll be interesting, incidentally, to see what shows up in the GDQ relay. That is going to be in the first week of July. Because I understand that this round will have some pretty familiar makers involved. At least judging from what I've been seeing from some of the practice streams that the runners have been doing. Because I know, I think Shoujo and Tanuki Den and some others are going to be showing up to this year's event. Nice to see a little bit of a generational rotation since the last GDQ when it comes to the maker streamers who have been making partners since then. You have different single screen areas where you have to mash jump to advance. I wondered, that sounds familiar, but it may have been a while ago now. I may not have played it. It's entirely possible I haven't, so... Okay. Yeah, now that we've understood the timing to this segment, it's going a lot better. We just go instantly. Yeah, doing the split is way better there. Much, much better. Bad idea. Okay. No, that was the right idea, just bad aiming. Really bad aiming. You know, just pop the code in the chat. I'll do that one next after this one. We may as well, since we've been talking about it. And let's pop these guys over here. It, of course, entirely depends on how long I take with this one as well. And yeah, here we are. Totally forgot my own advice about the timing on that piranha, but we salvaged that. Okay, there we go. Yeah, interesting use of the bricks to do the timing synchronization while having the Buzzy spawn on the same column. Come on. Let's push it this way. Maybe that's a... Whoops. A little better. Okay. We messed that up, but... I understand why I did. And yeah, Merlin. And we'll see you back in a little bit. And yeah, absolutely no rush to get Evgar's code given how this level is going. We'll strew this a little bit. Here we go. And here we are. Nice high bounce towards the yellow pipe on the first go, as before. When we pay attention here, we should be through this in no time at all. Whoops. I do have a way of jinxing myself like that. That's what happens. And we'll pop these guys. Oh, whoops. Yeah, once again, a little bit incautious with the swimming. You saw a couple of cool no-put-foot style levels after this one. Yeah, I played Supernovas. I have not played Choo Choo's yet, but I did see it come up, and I was actually hoping to get to it later today. But we'll see how it goes and how long I can stay. Whoops. Okay. Here we are. because it's been a while since I've caught up with Choo Choo as well. I played a lot of Choo Choo's older levels before 5 and 6YMM last year, but... And that is a list I highly recommend. But it's been a while since we've seen what Choo Choo has been up to. I assume Choo Choo has been busy training. Whoops. Okay, there we go. Much better. I can't believe that worked. Oh, I feel like I needed to kick the bomb over. Okay, that's what it is. You hit the bomb, you spin jump here, and then the spin gets the bomb on top of this location with a spin kick. And then I probably need to retain some airtime after that. Well, the main thing is that the bomb needs to detonate over here. So either A, I let the bomb walk over here, or I do the spin kick, which I think is much likelier. And then you have this Goomba. Like, the Goomba on the left will probably be killed by the spin kick. The one on the right should probably be still alive at that point. And then that's the end, actually. That's a very quick level here. And Evgar, thanks for the code. Given that the flag is already there, we should actually be out of here pretty soon, given that I think I understand the sequence. Really shouldn't have taken this long in this level, but it took me a while to kind of focus enough on that yellow pipe piranha timing to understand its flow. Now that we do understand it... whoops. Things were about to go well, but... Let's see. Timing-wise, 2 spin jumps will help. We'll try to keep that in mind when I get to the bomb. But let's jump over here first. Whoops. Don't know why I've been slipping up there all of a sudden with the spin jump, but we'll try to fix that up. And here we are. There we are. Paddle, paddle. And yeah, going right away on Magikuba will work just fine. And back we go. And over. And Edge CWH, or however you wish that to be pronounced. Hello, welcome. Whoops. And whoa, I just got dunked again. Okay. I have to be careful when I swim into that. Can't just let up on the jump button the way I've been doing. Alright. Let's pop over here. And here we go. Okay, here we are. Almost landed on top of the piranha without thinking about it, but luckily not so much. Yeah, still a great way to get absolutely reliable spawn positioning out of the beetles there. Definitely a lesson to be learned there. I see what you were saying about 2 spin kicks. Because I wanted to spin it a second time against the wall so I could suspend my position over here a little bit. That's okay, we'll work that out with a little bit of additional practice. You like the style of level where the pressure comes from maintaining the clear condition and there's room to stop and breathe. Yes, the fact that you can land in the water makes a massive difference. That, as with using a vine in something like a vertical climb level that involves this clear condition, I think it's important to have time to plan. I mean, occasionally there's a bit of forward momentum that you need to maintain, as with the piranha segment in the middle, but I think very often, I mean, we've observed a lot of times in the past that this is probably the most difficult to clear condition to design around in an effective way. And I think part of that is that often people kind of instinctively think that a level like this is going to have some kind of perpetual motion to it, if it's platforming based rather than puzzle based, without really questioning that assumption. So yes, it is a big deal that I can actually take these obstacles on their own and correct my timing if I should happen to land poorly. That's more like how it should look. Okay, nope, I was much too low on that wall jump, or just didn't sustain the jump button well enough. Actually, yeah, no, I may have let up on jump while I was twirling there. I didn't realize I was going to lose that much distance. There we are. And here we go. That down arrow there suggesting that there's something deep underwater. Possibly involving death. Reach the goal without landing. After leaving the ground, well, that's certainly not an issue if you just sink into the abyss. Let's give this a push. Now, let's see here. Oh, save that timing, despite not quite adhering to what I had established earlier. And here we go. Well, that almost went badly, but in the end, we made it. No. Once again, something not quite going right there. Yeah, again, I may have just let up on the gas a little bit by mistake. I don't know why I would be doing that. Whether there's something else going on that has enticed me to do so. Probably just out of habit earlier in the level, because there have been a couple of other jumps where we've been taking it a little bit cautiously on the landings. First Goomba is only really there to give me an easier approach, I see. Yeah, because it would get crushed by the... Whoops. Bomb kick anyway. Right, because I've been instinctively going for the bomb directly when landing on first Goomba was oddly enough something I considered on my very first attempt getting there when I was reading it for the first time. Because, yeah, that Goomba isn't really usable for anything else other than giving me an extra jump to work with. Worth considering if I can remember it. This little 3-tile zone for the Magic Koopa is kind of interesting too. Gives you a little bit of wiggle room on the right and left. So you don't need to worry so much about the blades. At least along the horizontal axis. And here we go. Yeah, doing that double bounce there works out in the end, even if it always feels like it's going to get me into trouble. Totally forgot about the Goomba. Nope. Off that corner. I should have actually just done a slide off that wall. Because the bomb... That's assuming that I'm not going to get within bomb range, but I think a gentle slide would have been fine. Particularly because I'm taking out only those question blocks on the left. Unless there's a better way for me to kick the bomb into a more centered position. That might be the only Magic Koopa you put in the level, really. I've seen some very interesting things done in this game with Magic Koopas. I think they are one of those elements where there is a massive gulf between using them well and using them badly. And I guess that makes the good usages of them especially memorable. Because if I think back to the best levels I've seen that involve Magic Koopas, what strikes me about them is that the way that they employed that particular enemy was pretty much completely different in each case. It's not really ever operated the same way twice. Okay, let's see over here. Nope. That wall slide was not going to go well. Yeah, the main thing is finding ways to keep the RNG under control when it comes to both the positioning and the item spawning. Which was why I think the most memorable concept I've seen with the Magic Koopa was by the puzzle maker Funked, who made a puzzle series that was one of the worlds in his super world that revolved around using the Magic Koopa as a kind of multi-part randomizer, where it was basically a one-screen puzzle where there was a unique solution for the different objects that the Magic Koopa could spawn. And then you would be able to play the different parts of the puzzle with, you know, each of the random elements pre-placed, so you would have like an RNG-free version that would allow you to walk through each of the different pathways, but it was a very underplayed level. There were very few plays on it back when I saw it, and it's Still one of the most unique one-screen puzzle concepts that I've seen. Whoops. Well, let's get some momentum here. And here we go. I mean, I still have a bit of a sentimental attachment to Magikoopas myself because they were part of the Goomba Mask level that I made back when the Goomba Mask came out. Which is still usually the first thing I submit to streamers I don't know. Just to kind of get a sense of how they engage with it. Because it's not too difficult, but there are a few things about it that surprise people just because neither of those elements seem to be very commonly used to this day. You plan on finishing your Magikoopa level next. I'm looking forward to that. Whoops. The 3YMM level that's Cypher made. Yeah, I'm thinking... I mean, I played it just earlier this year. I'm pretty sure I know what you're talking about, but I'm just trying to visualize which one that was, because I think that stuck out at me as well, and I must have made a note of the Magikoopa usage at the time. But yeah, as with any of the RNG elements in this game, when they are employed in a way that seems like it's still sort of controlled and reliable level design, I think it's always a little bit special. In some ways, there are a lot of things that you appreciate more in this game when you see them done well, if you had to fight with them yourself in the editor. And you can sometimes tell the difference in terms of how people engage with levels, like whether they have that being informed by editor experience or not, in terms of what they appreciate about the design and what was difficult to do about putting a mechanic together in a certain way. But here we go. You've had a concept using them from the start of Maker 2, and you've been distracted by other levels, I see. Yeah, nothing quite like a good Magikoopa concept. Oops, here we go. There we go, finally. Getting that shell under control. Okay, let's... whoa, that's a problem. Hit that way too early. I probably could have survived that if I twirled over to the wall on the right side, but... that caught me off guard. Okay, let's tap this over. Here we go. And here we go. Nice and high jump. And we'll continue. Once again, doing the synchronized buzzies. Whoa, that was a close one. Thought I nicked the corner of these bricks for just a moment there. Okay, whoa. Yeah, I needed to use the Goomba on the right side to reposition. That's the problem. I need to remember that the Goomba on the right side should be out in the open by that point, and the thing is, it was in a location that was perhaps easy to forget about visually, in spite of the fact that I had not used it yet, but it seems like the platform above that Goomba was spaced specifically to try to constrain its usefulness to that point after that second bounce on the bomb, which only opened up 2 tiles for me that time, so it was actually a little worse than when it opened up 3 tiles on the left. We just need to get back to it and do it correctly. That's exactly what a Goomba gets revealed then. Yes, I see it now. Yeah, no, I'd just been losing track of the fact that I had not, in fact, used it at that point. Let's pop this guy open. There we are. And we know that jump was done as intended because of the way we nabbed all the coins so cleanly. This red Koopa doing his little butt-ba dance. Whoops. Hang on. Let's not die quite like that. Stomp our way through here. And here we go. We'll punch this and head on up. For any new people here, by the way, viewer levels will be in this same time slot tomorrow. So we'll run an open queue then and hopefully get a decently functional session going. Always turns out to be a very long-winded affair, but typically because the levels themselves deserve it. Deserve that extended attention. Alright, let's do this again. And back to the left. Still kind of thinking ahead to the bomb segment, even though we need to do this shell accurately first, which... yeah, right now I just need to be extra careful under those bricks. Seems like they're always kind of in my way. Nope. Wow, overshot that completely. I think I'd forgotten that the shell only goes that far, rather than covering the whole distance. Alright, let's try it again. And on we go. Where is that guy? Oh, okay, he was just being tardy. That was unusually, if fashionably late. With a Magikoopa that I had come to trust as a sorcerer's apprentice. Very helpful assistant to my various designs. Yeah, I suppose since there's only one Magikoopa in this level, we can just designate it as Kamek and leave it at that. A bit busy running off and snacking on Yoshi eggs or something. RNG right now, G please. Yeah, exactly. Alright, let's give this a gentle tap. And it's always a bit of a tense moment there with those bricks, but there we go. Forgetting about the first Goomba again, as usual. Look at that, we finally did that correctly. Now let's not land on anything. I don't see how I can, but you never know. Mistakes do happen. That is a clear. Let's bring up that Evgar code from earlier. Before we continue onwards. So yeah, this is the other one I hadn't done in recent memory, Team P-Switch. We'll get to it later, though. First, we'll take a look at that Evgar code. So just one moment while I bring it up. And even if I have played it, I actually doubt I would have recorded it. But I don't think I have, from the description. Super Smash Bros. I have not played it. This is from early 2021. Mash jump in right spots to fill the jumpo meter. And yeah, Document, always glad to have you around, and thanks again for the resub. Okay, so mash jump in right spots to fill the jumpo meter, and you said there was kind of a jump meter UI, which would be interesting to look at. And there's a multi-checkpoint setup here as well. Okay, let's take a look. Team P-Switch is a bit more on the Kaizo side. Oh, I'm sure we can handle it. 0.74-ish. I'm sure we can handle it. Famous last words. Okay, so this tells you about the jumpo meter. This also totally looks like a mouth and a face, doesn't it? Look at this thing. It looks like the jump blocks are eyes. And you're kind of entering its mouth here and punching it in the tonsils there. Okay, so I'm going to show off a little thing here. Which is when we have a jump mashing level or a button mashing level, like when you pluck clouds using the SMB2, we do the piano trill, which has also been my secret lately with the button mashing defense mechanism in Mario Strikers Battle League. Anyway, that's going to bump the on-off switches. Yeah, so we do want that sort of one-tile spacing here as a ceiling. And I'm just using my index finger on the B button and my middle finger on the A button to avoid strain injury. And then I'll just reposition myself here and there, and oh, that was not smart. I actually should have left completely. That's okay. And the spike ball dunk there is going to do that job. And Document claims that I'm cheating. Well, cheaters are at less risk of RSI, so I think I will take that trade. By the way, one little thing that I love about this level is look at how the top left and the top right have those open spaces specifically for the score line. I have seen that before in a couple of levels. I actually did see that imitated by somebody else, in fact. Probably with one of the cloud button mashing levels I was talking about. It was also part of an escape room clue once that I saw. That there was an escape room that was all about like monitoring the score line, and so we kind of did that appropriately. Unfortunately, we do need to gain a little bit of time on this before we drop everything out. There we go. You slide your thumb over B and A repeatedly. That doesn't seem healthy, but okay. Whatever got you to clear check. Yeah, we'll nudge it a little bit further up top. So we don't lose too much progress. I need to gain some time on the fire bar before I do anything else. Maybe that's not such a good idea. We actually do need to jump wherever possible, even if it's not going to give me the instant nudge. There we go. Okay, checkpoint 1. And I see you have 2 pipes that exit out of this checkpoint and recycle it, and we carry the pink coins out at the end, and we'll also eventually have the boss room. So yeah, that'll be regulated by the on-off state as well, so let's continue. You have tons of other rooms and ideas you cut. Yeah, you should absolutely make a sequel then. That was a bad idea. I don't know why I did that. Oh, I forgot to account for the momentum that would be added to my jump there. Anyway, it's the checkpoint mechanism talking. Oh, I see that if you... well, let's see what's going on there with the switch mechanism. Because I think I know what this is. It's... if you pass a certain point, I see. So we actually just need to get into a position where I can get... I see, because it's going to shoot me if I get in those corners. So that's why I follow the arrow, because that's the one location that allows me to mash. But then you need to get out of there before you get shot in the face. So yeah, once you get into that location, you only have a limited amount of time. That's very clever. I quite like that. That you have that on-off switching mechanism that's based on position, and then there we are. And as we can see, yeah, it's just a coin drop over here that gives you the door. Definitely mesh melee. You gotta get all the wave dashing rooms in there before anything else happens. Anyway, I don't know if it was possible to go down to the lower room previously. I didn't look at that. Ah, okay, there's a kind of beat mechanism to this, which we need to be aware of. So let's figure out where we're doing the jump. It has to be underneath the single block. And then both of those gets released. Okay. I was trying to get in position over to the right side, but that's okay. As long as we stay on the bottom and wrap around. Okay, let's just lead everything over. Buy some time. Okay. Loop around. Whoops, that was a miss. We're losing far too much time on this with this strategy, though, that I have too much of a gap between jumps. That is losing progress on the conveyor. Because I'm spending too much time dodging. It's not the easiest to notice, but you can trap the mushes. Yes, you can on the bumpers on either side. If you really wanted to do things the easy way, I would do that. Yeah, actually, if you just trap either one of them as quickly as possible, then... Imagine that, going for the 50 coins would have just solved that instantly. Okay. Whoops. I'm actually just not using the dash button at all now because I can keep my index finger on the B button, because I don't need to run if I'm just going to trap it on either side. Let's try to remember to do that, though. So yeah, my thumb's not on the controller at all. I mean, dashing would have been useful here, I suppose, but... Whoops. Okay. There we go. Only at the halfway point so far, though. Gotta be doing a lot better. That. Whoops. However, my controller habits are perhaps not as clean as they should be to take this approach. Whoops. And yeah, very much a banger level. As you were saying, time is a commodity. It's always a balance of playing smarter and rushing back to the mash area. That's right. Okay. This is going a lot better, actually, this run. There we go. Let's not die. I say that as I remembered at the last moment that the mushroom was in fact going to be following me up there. Sure. Oh, I see. Yeah, I see. I needed to get out of there, and I was wondering if I could fill the meter before that point, and that was clearly not going to be the case. Let's try not to cut too many corners. Welcome, Merlin. Okay. Whoops. Muscle memory is not quite what it should be when I am holding the controller in a very unorthodox position. It's currently just resting in my lap, and I have my second and third fingers over the jump buttons, which will take some getting used to, but at least is making the mashing part much more manageable. And I'm just reaching up to the dash button and adapting to the needs of the level as I reach locations that do need a little bit of speed. Okay. Like when we dash across here. Just going to keep the jumps nice and low so we don't have too much air time. Oh, there we go. Let's remember that the mush does follow me up. Merlin, yesterday you bought 2 new... Oh, gems. Okay, I thought it said games. You bought 2 new gems. Oh, you mean actual gems, like stones. Well, do let me know what kind. I was a little bit interested in geology when I was younger. Didn't keep up with it, but there was a time. I feel like I can say that about a whole bunch of different interests, though, that, you know, there was a time I looked at such and such a thing, and gradually some things stayed and some dropped out. Okay, let's get out of here. Oh, you know what? You can just kill it with the POW. But why would I kill it with the POW? Because you can reset one to the upper position. Now, because the Spiny doesn't drop until the first interaction, I have time to look at the next room and study that a little more carefully to establish when precisely the POW hit is going to happen. because I probably shouldn't be dodging it on the lower level while the Spiny is alive. It's just moving too quickly for me to deal with. Okay, there we go. Okay, so if you hit the Spiny, why wouldn't we hit the POW now? Because we need to think about what the note block is doing. The note block is not just going to give me a key, is it? Because the exit here is not a key. It might be something that is going to affect the on-off switch instead and allow me to exit this way. Now, I can use the POW once because a new Spiny is going to come out of the red pipe. So the idea is here is that I can save myself from one Spiny head, but then I need to continue afterwards. So if I do that, then you have another Spiny hat that comes down and another POW. So we just continue doing this and try to gain time. Okay. Okay, yeah. But I want to basically initiate that as soon as possible. Okay. I don't know if there's some way I can get a little bit more uptime. But this looks like it's going to take some time to get right using this method. But I see no advantage to trying to let the Spiny go like this and mashing further instead of clearing it immediately. Unless I can do that very reliably. It might be something I haven't considered that about that room, but let's see. Hey. Merlin, you got yellow citrite and gray moonstone, I see. Now, what if I hit the POW first? But then the next one's going to spawn by the time that becomes relevant, so maybe... Well, you can get a little bit of extra time, I suppose, before anything happens. Okay. And yeah, it's halfway already, so... I think doing the POW first and sparing myself just a few extra jumps on the first interaction may in fact make a difference. Okay, it's getting quite close, as you can see. And yeah, it's going to give me the on-off interaction by bouncing the mushroom up. And that's a checkpoint. Boss time. Okay, so mushroom versus the other mushroom. I see, so I need to send my mushroom over before Ludwig sends his mushroom over, because that would activate a P and drop me through. Oh, was that a win? Yes, it was, because I got through here already. I was so focused on my left side that I wasn't really watching what was going on over there, but I suppose it's... Yeah, and the P-switch is dispensed with once you have the on-off activation sequence. And there we go, there's a drop, and it says... Well, looks like another boss room, but let's see. Okay, so we just need to go up to the donut blocks before they drop. Oh, that was very close, and unfortunately it did end up being a problem. So Merlin, is there a particular system to what you have chosen to collect? You know what, you can do sequences of donut blocks. Like, you don't just need to do one at a time, you can go up to the next one as well. And yeah, Evgard, Der Bescheidwisser is a bit of a co-op specialist, so stuff like that was Very much worth testing. As you can see, you can just hold right against a slope and probably hold left against the opposite slope to get multiple jump sequences like that without having to reset your position, as long as you understand when to drop responsibly from a projectile that's about to hit you. Oops. Missing everything here. Oh, we already... No, we didn't. We need to continue. What happened to the mushroom on my side then? Or... I wasn't... Oh no, you just need to bump him. Okay, I see. There was no mushroom until... Yes, there is. Until it goes up and bumps the switch. So yeah, as soon as we bump the switch, there's no reason to jump on top of the blue block, other than to hit Ludwig directly. I see that now. I understand it. I was just sort of in the habit of doing the mashing interaction, and so that took me a moment to understand. Okay, yeah, get the blue blocks right away, and you can see you can kind of get that on a single pass. Oh, and then looks like Roy has come to play. I didn't need to do that last one there. Let's see. And it also looks like Roy is taken out by the next on-off interaction, so he's a very well-defined phase 2 to this fight. Will be replaced by, I'm certain of it, a different phase 3. Whoops. That last jump did me in. Ah, you have talked about this idea in co-op before, I see. Yeah, because the whole level has been training you to just find the location and button mash, right? And so it is instinctively the thing that you go for as a first-time player, I think, before you actually read what the interaction is and remember that the whole point is to get those hits on Ludwig at the end. Yeah, if you jump off a falling donut block, you can get up to the final corner. But, as we were saying before, no point in doing that when we're already over, whoops. Or when you're about to be hit by a projectile up that slope. Okay. Whoops. It's actually bumping. And let's get up here. Why not? Probably should have stayed on the left side since Roy was on the right. Oh. That equally goes for the yellow projectiles from what I believe should be Morton on the left. Hopefully without the stun lock, of course. Let's watch the projectiles once again. Seems like a rather important thing to do. Yeah, really nice checkpoint setup. Using the difference in switch state and positioning to... Whoops. Yeah, let's not do that. Let's just get us back over. And we should probably stay on the right side this time, given the projectiles coming in from the left, but who are we to do the thing that is wise? We can instead play dangerously instead. Whoops. Here we go. And that is a clear. Or so we think. Okay, we have one last thing to do here, which is open up the vine. And this gives you just a little bit of a trail as you go down. Because of the way the pink coins extraneously were just being used as entity control for the checkpoint, as I understand it. So, great level. Wonder how heavily optimized that particular record is. That 155, I actually wonder how it compares to the creator time. 212. So yeah, somebody managed to shave almost 20 seconds off of this. with whatever they did. True ending. Most people missed that. I'm surprised. But then, I guess we managed to be attentive to that just in time, so thank you for that, Evgar. Really glad to give that a look after having missed it all this time. Play Dead On now. Okay, let's take a look. Occupied. Dead On, yes. Crumble and hold jump to launch. Ah, I think I actually played like a prototype of this, I think. I remember when you were showing off this mechanic, I think, around the time that xYMM was in development. I don't know if maybe I just saw a video clip of it, but this absolutely rings a bell, if it's the kind of cannon launcher setup that I'm thinking of. Whoops. Yeah, I do kind of remember this, except we need to do what? We need to hold it down and hold B. Yes, that's right. Hold B going into it so we get full jump momentum. There we go. And then we need to actually retain the shell, don't we? Or, yes, we do. Because... Whoops. Yeah, this was supposed to be a xYMM level. That's right, because wasn't this one of the levels that was kind of hit by Nintendo patching or something that disrupted it? I remember that was the case with one of the creations that didn't make it in at the end, but couldn't quite remember what it was. Whoops. There we go. I'm surprised this works as reliably as it does, but it seems like... Oh, whoops, let's remember to actually do the thing that we typically do with the bone shells and hop our way out to safety. Okay, let's actually... Huh. Try it again. There we go. I see what the problem was there. I needed to kind of lean into the trampoline, perhaps. Whoops. Let's try it again. Oh, no. Hang on. A lot of bad habits here. Getting me in the way. Oh, yes, because it was saved for the special world that never materialized. I do remember that. Despite the tease at the very end in the final trailer. Yeah, I'm looking at this. So there's a kind of bone shell state detection that's going on with the collapse state. Basically, whoops, freeing things up for an on-off state switch to be activated. With an off-screen and possibly global setup that I don't quite see, but we'll just have to think about the shell collapse as a state switch every time, and that will make everything pretty intuitively understandable when it comes to spotting what's about to happen. I do need to lean right on that. It's pretty clearly signaled, I just haven't been doing it. Now let's do this. Yeah, let's not stay in the grounded state like that. I see the checkpoint is right up ahead above the clouds that we see in the top right. If I ditch the shell and jump over to a flagpole, you can enter a pipe and see the setup at the end. Yeah. I'll have to remember to do that when the time comes, but I'm usually on the lookout for things like that anyhow, so we'll head over there and take a look. There we go. Pretty simple. Just needed to pay attention. Yeah, we needed to obviously watch the timing on the poison mushroom. I just considered that after I had already hit the down button. And then we need to kind of lean into each of these successive bounces. Just need to tread a bit more carefully than I've been doing. No, we obviously shouldn't do that when it's at the peak of its position. Maybe when the mushroom is kind of sweeping towards me at the bottom of the arc. I think that's probably going to be best. But we'll establish that as we go. Or maybe when it's just over, in fact. That's probably much better. No, not much better. But I don't really want to be skipping around it, right? So let's try to find a good position here. Do it right away? Yeah, it does work. I just need to remember to reverse a little better. I think I was caught off guard by the slope above the second blade, but we'll go back there and fix that. No, we needed to bounce first and then jump out, of course. Once I see the target. Yeah, doing things on the first cycle is something that I often really don't consider enough. Now, this is really interesting. That big mushroom interaction, I don't think I even knew it. That the big mushroom... Whoops. We have to do this again so we can see the pipe. That big mushroom crush happens even when you're in the shell state. I don't think I've seen anybody use that simply because the big mushroom is so rarely present. Let's do it again. I do want to see the ending pipe. And we shouldn't have too much trouble getting back there now that we've seen the level. Famous last words. Whoops. Okay. And yeah, we can even retain the shell. That could have gone better. Was well on my way to one-shotting this too. Yeah, it feels like there's a lot of untapped potential with that. This little interaction here. I may have to look at it at the editor afterwards. No, that's okay. Let's take the death. I do want to spring high enough, but I feel like maybe staying in a big mushroom form is a problem when I do that. I don't know if there's kind of a weight difference that's an issue here. In fact, it must be. Maybe if I kick a shell into myself and lose the big mushroom form. Let's... I don't know how I can do that, though, because it'll crumble if I try to kick it that way. Let's see. Nope. Let's see. I'll figure it out, but we'll go back there and see if we can do anything differently. Yeah, because I don't think I can do some kind of self-kick of the shell to take damage at that point, but maybe I'm just off in terms of positioning or holding the jump button or something simple like that. Let's just go back and see. It won't be something like this. Let me think about that. If we lose the big mushroom by that point, which I don't think we can, because if we crumble everything up to the upper bumper, I'm going to be pushed up top anyway, so nope, let's redo that. But once I clear all of the bricks, I clearly can take damage using the spike down low. Whoops. Let's hold into the bounce, of course. Don't overthink it. Yeah, I probably just need to hold jump and properly jump. You can make it over as Big Mario, okay. Ah, okay, maintaining the upward momentum, yes. Whoops. Well, we'll have to do this first. Whoops. I clearly was going to gain enough height that time. We messed it up anyway. We'll have to do it again. That's the thing about post-flagpole secrets. That you'd better be confident about your ability to just redo the whole level if you're going to be as sloppy as I am. Whoops. But we'll do it. I've hunted every cake in the Maker 2 xYMM projects. We're certainly not going to stop with the honorary secret world level. Whoops. When it comes to secrets hunting. Oh, nice little bouncer that I ordinarily don't get. Okay, down we go. Kind of a close call there with that shell, but we made it in the end. There we are. Secret. Okay, so here's the setup. You've got... When you crumble, the mushroom is no longer being held, I want to say. What is the mushroom setup here? Oh yes, because you're in the night theme. And so the repulsion stops because you're always going to be kind of facing out towards the mushroom. And so the mushroom is going to just do the nudge of the spiny shell. The nudge of the spiny shell does the kind of typical on-off that was seen in a couple of other detector setups before, and everything being stacked on top of the snake block like that keeps it global. If you look at how the overlap is done. Keeps a thwomp and the spiny head global there, and then you have the track placement, which I think is just for the offset, right? Like the track with the big thwomp that's going to be out of range of anything interactive, or... Oh no, it's a platform that's on the track, of course. The thwomp is just there as a positioning constraint for the mushroom, and then you kind of have all the offsets built specifically to make the crumble detector happen. And yeah, that's the setup. Oh yeah, I saw SE and thought the word was going to be secret, but it's obviously just setup. Very cool. And actually, let's take a look at this again, because I'm looking at the initial layout. Yeah, okay, so the initial layout has the trampoline coming here to get the shell moving for the detector activation mechanism. Yeah, I guess the big thwomp is just there for the mushroom to act responsively. It's sort of interesting that the offset works in such a way that the mushroom is going to be repelled on top of that ledge like that. That's an interesting discovery. So yeah, GG again, I suppose. Okay, let's spin up another one. I will pick something that perhaps we had discussed earlier. Gotta make sure I tagged Evgar on my followed list as well. I know I followed you on Maker 1 for sure, but I've had to clear my followed list in this game multiple times over because I keep hitting the 100 Maker cap. Okay, here's the one we were talking about earlier. We were saying that Choo Choo had recently also made a no put foot level. And indeed, here it is, no put foot vegetation. Under greenhouse. This is in 3D world, however, so let's see how it goes. Reach the goal without landing after leaving the ground. Well, I see, we're going to spring into this, and then probably wall jump like this, bash this, and we'll need to shoot that block, won't we? But I need to figure out when I'm going to do that. Whoops. I probably needed to do that at that moment, because otherwise this happens. So we're just given that one chance to do it. Whoops. I'm glad that worked. That was almost a disaster. No, I needed to shoot these guys, for sure. Unless I'm supposed to take damage through here, because shooting the pokies would be a bit of a problem. That's okay, let's scout ahead and let's see if I actually need a cannon hat for anything. I don't think I do. If I don't need the cannon hat, then maybe the pokies are just supposed to activate, or rather, just supposed to damage me as a gate. This looks like a problem though if I am unable to shoot anything. I can't hit the creeper and I can't jump over the hammers. However, if I come over here, you can get the Goomba hat, the best item in the game, which allows me to then shut the hammers up. And then low bounces will do it. And then you do bullet hat over here. So it's going to be a hat extravaganza. And then I need to sail somewhere to hit an on-off switch. Or just do this. And then eventually climb. And then grab the POW hat this way, and that would have failed the condition, but I think the idea was to get on top of the tree, and then now what do? We would need to get within range of all this stuff. That means we're going to activate like this, and probably peel the hat once again through the pokey gate. Okay, propeller, well, let's see. But then if I hit a propeller like that, I need to do so without hitting the ground. We need to basically be ready to twirl immediately through it. Probably twirl into the propeller almost and kind of hold into that. And then it will be a damage gate through the pokey again. cat bell is going to land in that position. Interesting. What if I follow this over? I see. So you need the cat in order to then... well, we need to swat this thing eventually. Or at least just dive into it directly, and maybe we'll hit the flagpole. If we hit it on target, we should hit the flagpole before failing the condition, but we'll see how tight that turns out being. Okay, I think we've mapped out everything we need to know. Let's actually do it now. Yeah, understanding that that's a damage gate simplifies things considerably. Goomba. Nice use of the tree as an item location. Whoops. Ah, nope. That's a bad idea. I didn't expect to boost with a bullet that soon. I wanted to get a little bit of extra height with a wall jump, but that was not happening. So that's one professional hazard we'll seek to correct. Okay, there we go. Pretty simple once you've mapped it out. Just a lot of room for potential execution errors along the way, which we'll try to be careful about. Nope, once again, you know, I don't need to wall jump very high. I can just let up on the jump, not boost with the bullet at all, and I should still be able to get that wall jump down. Let's see if I can practice this a little bit. Maybe. Or I could just not go for the wall jump at all and just see if I have enough leg room there to sail directly to the right side. We'll find that out eventually. That did not seem to be an issue during the scouting run when I had failed to clear condition, but maybe I wasn't paying attention. So, whoops. Yeah, that was a disaster. Let's not do that. Flows quite nicely once you understand how things are going to go. Let's go down. And back up again. Nope, what did I say? Let's see. If I jump to the right, then I can wall jump off the right side and then the left side. And that should give me ample room to move about without activating the bullet, which is the main issue that I'm running into here. Down we go. You know what? Okay, let's... I was changing my mind about that halfway through, but the idea is that we wall jump like this. And not like this, obviously. We need to drop at some point, but we'll try to demonstrate this a little bit better. Very important that we don't run out of gas with the bullet as well. And we'll steadily make our way over. Okay, there we go. What did I say? Wall jump? Nope. That was ill-conceived. Let's blast again. And head on up. Same thing over here. Kind of like that spacing, actually, as a way of enforcing the short bounce. Okay. Whoops. Let's actually hit this thing. Whoa. Didn't expect to get nudged by the flop there. Everything was looking okay. No, you're supposed to hang left there and wall jump off the marked location with the hard blocks. And that should get me into the pit where I activate the POW against the thwomp. All very understandable to me, we just played it badly on the last round. Definitely a couple of things we could have done better there. Whoop, and up we go. Okay, that went smoothly. Nope. You know, I should just fall directly towards a tree instead of following the coins, because if we're not doing something like a ground pound cancel, going down the left side is actually not as clean as you might think after obtaining the POW hat. Whoops. There we go. That's salvaged. Now let's try this again. And again. Yeah, most things are resolved here. The landing after the POW hat leads work. Whoops. I think I accidentally grabbed a tree there, probably with a diagonal input. Okay, let's try it. Down we go. Have it like this. Quite like the method that we've established for it now, except I made the same mistake again. I have to be really careful about my reversing direction sometimes. I think it's just the way I hold my controller sometimes just leads to a few accidental diagonal inputs where I don't quite mean to do it. Okay, much cleaner. Now for the POW hat. Oh, okay. You know, if I had hits up ahead of time, then going straight for the tree would have been fine. It looks blind, but it still feels better than trying to wall jump off the left, I think. Seems like a difficult drop to design there in terms of visibility, but we'll manage it somehow. Oh, same mistake. Just have to be really careful with that tree climb. Up we go again. And back down. Yeah, despite having played around with the Goomba head quite a bit, I feel like the Goomba Hat freezing hammers is something I've not really seen that often as a player, but I've seen very few Goomba Hat levels that kind of use the item in this interesting way as a platforming element, so... Okay, having one POW activation there is fine. We just need to not overspend it elsewhere. Oh, except we did overspend it. But I only activated it once. How could it count it as 3 activations? Maybe I did a double hit by accident somewhere here. It should not have been 3 activations at this point. Maybe just counted double. Okay, so that's going to be an issue. Let's try it again. Oh, no. I see. I think I understand what went on there. Let's go back and take a look at it and see if I'm correct in my understanding of what went wrong. Yeah, because I thought I had one additional POW hit left that would basically be my damage buffer going up to the pokey, but clearly I miscalculated. Or at least did something in a very sloppy fashion. So we'll go up here and do this again. Activate the POW. Yeah, I see, because we nudged it initially and I reactivated it with a jump that slammed me against the red block last time after the brick has already gone down. So that was the mistake. Okay, this we need to twirl into, I think. Ooh, no. That's okay, we should let it extend. Seems like a bit of a tricky thing to do, to land on top of it and to twirl immediately. And it'll also be a tricky thing to practice. Like, I would need to basically fall into that somehow. $3, welcome. Good to see you as always. Yeah, Merlin, this is a lot of fun. The thing about hat switching levels is that a lot of people try to do it in 3D World and have these levels that use every hat once, right? And a lot of them don't work as well as you would think because they often lack a clear conceptual focus to them, and switching so rapidly just tends to confuse the player. This one has this continuous conceptual hook to it in terms of how it's designing around the don't land condition, and so it also gives you time to kind of mentally switch gears between the different items. And so I think it works a lot better than usual for this clear condition. Okay. Let's do this. And over here. But yeah, it's a fun one, that's for sure. A couple of different locations that allow me to adjust my plans. And a very clear through line with the way it uses the trees as well. Has this rest position. This is precisely what we were talking about with Donkey Mint's water don't land level earlier as well, that it makes a big difference to have a rest stop in levels that use this clear condition specifically. Now, how do I get up here? I have to jump on top of this guy, bounce nice and high, and then probably twirl into it, but then do I hold the twirl into it? No, I don't. It can't just be a timing thing, though. Like, there's something I'm missing about this. Interestingly enough, if we were able to take damage, we could, in fact, have done a wall jump off here if we still had one POW hit available, for instance. But at that point, we definitely get the POW peeled off by the pokey, so that can't be it. Well, let's practice this a few times. Let's see what we can do with the positioning of this jump. I think I just need to be a lot more strategic about this timing, because you can see that I can actually land in that position just fine and twirl before I hit the ground, but it's a tricky thing to do. Seems like there's a much tighter margin of error there than there has been anywhere else in the level, which makes me think that we might be missing something. And that would make that easier than it looks, but hard to tell. Okay, there we go. Yeah, because there's no way you're still carrying a hat at that point, since the pokey is going to check that. Unless the pokey is itself destroyed by a POW hit, but it's not within range for that. I don't see how it could be. And besides, there's nothing in the level to signal that you should expect that at this point. Pokies so far have been very consistent about being hat checks all the way through, so... I think you just whirl immediately upon falling onto the propeller. It's just going to be a very tight margin. Because I can't see what else we would be missing about how to obtain that. Anyway, up we go. But yeah, I like that kind of puzzle-solving element that we have to each of these segments. Very satisfying for sure. The fact that we pick up the coin there, I think that's purely there to encourage you to spawn the hat, but I don't think there's anything else we can do positionally. Unless it's encouraging you to jump off the top of the tree, but I really doubt it. As you can see, we're not anywhere near the position that I need. Nope. We need to think about this jump. Let's see if I... Yeah, if I jump off directly there, that's not going to work. Possibly if I... Well, maybe we just land dead center on top of this guy, but... Still, that's a very quick activation that you need to do immediately upon obtaining the hat. Seems like an unusually tight margin of error by the standards of this level. But I just see no other way. Okay. Down we go. Oh, we just need to repeat that segment until we get it. Being extra careful about my directional inputs in this section. Okay, we'll just need to try it. Start out evenly, and the thing is, we abort if we look like there's no chance of reaching. Yeah, I just need to find a much better positioning. There we go. Number one. Oh. We can still jump on top of this guy. Number two. Number three, and there we go. That's over. Okay. And now we do the cat dive and hit the ground before we hit the block, so that failed the condition. I think you should do the cat dive there still, though. Like, you just need to do it about a block higher than what I was doing. So let's find the positioning and practice that on top of the piranha if we can. Yeah, because look at that. You can see that you can absolutely hit the flagpole without hitting the block if you aim the diagonal properly. It's going to go at the peak. The peak is not quite it. It's going to hit the wall. Let's just practice that a few times. It is a bit of a tight margin, but that's going to be too low. Nope. Very nice of the piranha to stay alive for me, of course. On the other hand, if you go at the peak of the jump, yeah, the blocks here are going to be a little bit deceptive. I think you can actually make it that way. You just need to hang left a little bit. Like, if you're left of center, you go at the peak of the jump. Hard to do cleanly, but I think now that we've established it with a little bit of a practice run, we should be able to do it just fine. Whoops. Yeah, no, that's not going to work. Needs to be done first try. Okay, there we go. And back up. Same idea here. Yeah, if you know where you're going, it's much easier to do this without any kind of wall slide or jump on the left. Alright. Want to land dead center? Nope. You need to have an extremely clean landing on the piranha creeper, and so I'll just have to try to reset that gracefully without failing the condition if I see that my positioning is not going to work. Sometimes it can be a little difficult to tell, but we'll have to go back there and try it once more. Whoops, that was a mistake. Mistakes were made. Nope. Let's just redo it. Yeah, in some ways, compared to a lot of the other no-put foot levels that have been kind of branded that way recently, this is definitely the one that is the most puzzle-like in some ways. Although, of course, the segments that we're failing at are really just execution challenges with slightly narrower margins, and of course we have these self-inflicted mistakes along the way, as we usually do. Very typical of this experience. Whoa, and that was a failure to wall jump. We just kind of slid down a thwomp the whole way. And let's keep going. There we go. Whoops, no. Did I see the Xenoblade 3 Direct? I did not, because I am trying to go into the game unspoiled, Electro Dude. And I'm interested enough in Xenoblade that I know I will be getting 3. I don't know if I'll get it right at launch, because I'm just so backlogged right now, and Xenoblade is always like a 100-hour commitment. So I was hoping to replay Xenoblade 1 before Xenoblade 3 came out, but then its date got swapped from September to July, swapped with Splatoon by on occasions. Basically, I've had a Xenoblade 1 file in the definitive edition that has been sitting around for 2 years. I've played the game before. I played it back in 2014 on the Wii. But it was on a borrowed copy because I couldn't actually obtain a Wii copy myself back then. Why did I already expend 1 POW? That didn't seem correct. Ah, okay, so Electro Dude, have you not played anything in the Xenoblade series before then? Okay. It'll be an interesting experience, I'm sure. I imagine that the level of connectivity will be similar to Xenoblade 2. Like, there's a lot that implies things that you will only notice if you have played the original games, but the thing is, the previous Xenoblade games could pretty much be played independently. It's just that there would usually be maybe one critical plot element, without spoiling much, that rewards foreknowledge of the other games in the series. Oh, we actually made it without failing the condition. That surprised me. I was about to reset the level because I thought I'd failed this for sure. But yeah, I'm sure it can be played independently for sure. The one thing I did see about the Direct was that the expansion pass was announced. And the expansion was extremely good value in Xenoblade 2 because Torna the Golden Country, which was the Xenoblade 2 expansion, was pretty much a full-size JRPG by itself, and in fact a JRPG of a much more manageable size in most games, in that it could be completed in about 20 hours. Just like JRPGs of the Super Nintendo era, back when they were reasonable and not nearly as bloated. And Torna does somewhat depend on having already played Xenoblade 2, because it is an expansion in some ways. Like, it's an independent game and was sold on a separate disc as well, or a separate cart, I should say. But it was made with the expectation that you played 2. But you could play 2 just fine without having played 1. And I assume that the same will be true of 3 and the previous games. But it's hard to kind of explain this more clearly than I'm doing already without actually spoiling the previous games for you, so. It's not a particularly important spoiler, but basically there is kind of an overarching thing that binds the Xenoblade games together, and you can pretty much ignore it for most of the experience, but you get more out of the late game story sequences in both 1 and 2, if you are aware of this stuff. Now, I have not played Future Connected, which is the expansion or bonus campaign that was added to Xenoblade 1 in the definitive edition. And that apparently is something that connects 1 and 2, or at least was marketed that way. I still haven't played it, and I was hoping to at least play that before I play 3. How did I do that again? How did I do the double POW activation? I don't know why I do that sometimes, but not all the time. That sometimes I expend a POW once, and sometimes I expend it twice, and I don't know what's going on here. Maybe I'm not paying enough attention. But yeah, I highly doubt I will be streaming Xenoblade 3 though, because the thing is, those games are so large that if I only play them during stream times, I will simply never get them done. And I think the same may be true of Triangle Strategy, which I actually have sitting around unplayed so far. I picked it up a few weeks ago, and I just haven't had a chance to start it up yet. Because it's also reputedly very long. Especially because I'm a very slow player when it comes to turn-based strategy sometimes. And so... Okay, there we go. Finally back here to the cat. After many attempts where I messed up along the way. Okay, so we know how to do this. We do a high bounce kind of on the left side of this piranha. No. Never mind. That was not the positioning I was going for, and I reacted to that badly. Whoops. Yeah. You've seen all the cutscenes of the previous games. It's funny that you say that because I think there are about 10 to 12 hours of cutscenes alone in the previous Xenoblade games. And so it's like you spent the equivalent time of playing some full-scale video games just to watch the cutscenes, which... Yeah, because each Xenoblade game is pretty much its own little anime series in a box. And that's especially true of Xenoblade X, which is a game that very much has a kind of TV series style format in some ways. I hope that first activation was only a single and not a double. Okay, good. Here we go again. There we go. Nice and clean. And that always looks a little risky, but... Here we are. Back to the cat. Alright, let's see if we can do this. No. Oh, because if you hit the top block alone, the bottom block remains alive. I feel like maybe the dive is not the smartest way to do this. Can we do the cat claw? Yeah, we should have just clawed it and climbed back up. Claw it and climb back up. That's the smart way to do it. And if we miss, we just bounce back around. Okay. So what happened that time was that the dive was well positioned to hit the top brick, but not the bottom one. And I landed on the bottom one, and that took precedence to hitting the flagpole. So if you do the cat dive to finish out that segment, you actually have to be absolutely perfect about hitting both bricks at once. You have to hit them dead center, or it's a miss. See, Electrodude, that Xenoblade 1 file that I was telling you about that's been sitting unfinished on my Switch for the past 2 years. I feel like I have to watch a lot of the cutscenes again just to get back into it, in spite of the fact that I already completed the game on Wii many, many years ago. That I do need to kind of review where I was. And that's always a problem for me whenever I have games with huge playtimes that I get distracted from halfway through. That you run into these issues. I can actually tell you probably exactly what distracted me from Xenoblade 1 in the first place. It was either Paper Mario or perhaps even a lot of the patch content for Mario Maker back in 2020. Because that would have been around a time we were getting xYMM put together as well. And so between that and Paper Mario that summer, I think I just never got back into my Xenoblade replay. You still haven't finished Breath of the Wild. Yeah, I mean, you've got another year until the next game at least. Breath of the Wild I find I can get back into after a long break though. Just because of the way the game is set up. It's one that you can actually take an absence from. I currently have a master mode file that I started earlier this year that I will mean to complete before the second game comes out. So I was replaying Breath of the Wild earlier this year in a second language because I thought using it as kind of a language immersion experience would be fun. And it is. And even some very language-dependent things like the cast riddles are not actually as hard as you would think. I mean, it helps that I played the game before, of course, but it's not like I remembered all the solutions. Nope, failed. Yeah, in some sense, Electrodude, as difficult as it is, I know, to be waiting even longer for Splatoon, I'm actually kind of glad it swapped places with Xenoblade. First of all, because I feel like multiplayer-wise, I wanted Strikers to have a bit more breathing room. I am still playing Strikers very actively, by the way. I haven't been streaming it, but I've been absolutely hooked on that game. And it's been one of my favorite Nintendo multiplayer experiences in a long, long time. But I know that once Splatoon 3 comes out, that it's just going to vacuum up all of my multiplayer time. I still don't understand why I'm occasionally double hitting the POW. There's some difference here in terms of why it's a double hit or a single hit that I'm not quite comprehending, and it may be that I need a little bit more distance on the jump. And yeah, Electrodude, it's sort of unfortunate that the launch strategy for a lot of Nintendo multiplayer lately has been like that. With Splatoon 3, I feel like in the upcoming Direct taking place of the usual June E3 Direct that people are expecting very soon, possibly even next week, that there clearly is more to Splatoon 3 that they're not talking about, given that everything they've shown so far is, in terms of game modes, is just what we've been familiar with already. I don't know what's going on here with this POW. Why is that happening? I need to see if maybe the double hit is actually happening on a thwomp rather than on the on-off switch, because I haven't been paying attention to that. Let's go back and take a look. But yeah, Mario Tennis I actually played entirely during the free week that I had in Nintendo Switch Online. I remember playing the demo network test for that too and thinking, this is great, but it clearly is all there is to the game, and there's nothing much in a full experience that's going to add to what I already played during the demo. And I was right. But then eventually they put the whole game available as the week-long free trial, and then the campaign content was only about 5 hours long, and honestly not really that interesting anyway, so I just got through that in a very quick session, and then put more time into multiplayer. It's kind of too bad, because the multiplayer in Mario Tennis Aces is legitimately very, very good. I thought it was an excellent way to design a tennis game, but it was kind of lightweight enough that I felt I exhausted it quickly. I was worried that the same would be true of Strikers as well, and I know that a lot of players do feel that way, but in spite of the fact that it's very content light at launch, I'm having so much fun with the core game that I almost... it's not that I don't notice that it's definitely in need of more patching, but I also feel like I'm getting fair value out of it in some ways. Because, like I said, it's the most fun I've had in a multiplayer game in probably years. Particularly with the ranked league play starting up this week. I was hoping to stream a bit more of that, but didn't really have time to do that when I was kind of moving my setup around this week, so I might do some more of that on stream at some point, because it is a fun game to talk about. Not only is it a Nintendo thing, it feels like it's a relatively recent development, but it depends. Like, I seem to be in the minority of players that felt like ARMS was, for instance, in a very great state, in spite of the fact that it was very much a classic fighting game experience, where the core of the single player is just a straight-up arcade mode, where you just fight the AI and fight every character. I was totally okay with that, because I felt very much the way I do about Strikers now, which is that it was a game that had such an incredibly rewarding core experience that I was just happy to practice it, and didn't need a lot of bells and whistles on top of that, but of course they wound up patching it into a much better state in terms of, you know, having tons of unlockables and medal achievements and additional minigame modes and such. It did develop into something that was a much more robust package. It's kind of too bad that the multiplayer for that seems to have been dead for quite some time, but I haven't checked in on it recently. I did play ranked fairly seriously in ARMS for about a month, and then Splatoon 2 came out and dragged all my attention away from it. Okay. Let's get back to the cat for once. Okay, the cat dive I think is a little bit too finicky. Let's just do the swipe. Look, that's so much more sensible than trying to cat dive my way through it. Yeah, because the way you pop off the top when you do the wall climb gives you just enough room to hit the top of the flagpole first before you land on top of the brick. So that was the thing that we were missing. Okay, let's pick something else. It'll be a mystery. So this is the first Lecter level in a very long time. I think I've played everything that Lecter has designed up to this point. And the description seemed to indicate to me that it's going to be another one of those Canon car levels, which there was a particularly memorable one that he made some time ago. So let's see what's up in Toonces 2022. He can drive, just not very well. But yeah, Electro Dude, even with Splatoon 2, I think that... Okay, here's the issue with this level, is that I was still thinking in terms of the last one, in terms of the no landing condition, and so that was completely throwing me off. Let's redo it. What was I saying? Yeah, no, I was saying that even with... We have not failed anything yet, let's keep going. But then we need to do the wall climb. Yeah, even with Splatoon 2, I think it was noticeably something that they wanted to get out the door for year one of the Switch. Which I think turned out to be a good strategy, given especially what a huge hit it was in Japan. Can I afford to lose the cat at that point? No, I'm pretty sure I have to keep it for the climb here. And that's probably what's motivating Splatoon 3. It's kind of incredible to think it has been a 5-year gap between Splatoon 2 and 3. No. You need to load the cat... Sorry, load the car through, but then how do I go over with the cat? Oh, no, it's a semi-solid. I just climbed a semi-solid. Okay, no. I'm not thinking about this properly. That's how you know you haven't done cat levels in a while. I feel like that has happened to me before, in fact, in terms of cat levels. In the desert theme specifically. Like, I remember running into this in some cat desert level where I just was not watching the background. Anyway, let's do this properly. Should have just jumped to the left immediately that time. Or maybe we can do the climb up the right side, but I wouldn't bet on it. It's funny because while the coin trail actually does tell you where to go, I just can't help reading it as the letter N every time. Which I suppose is more sensible than just placing Zs everywhere. Whoops. Given that you have a bit of forward momentum, I wonder if you should go on the right side first in that curve, because doubling back with the cat in midair is not as simple as it might look. There we go. Much better. We're even a little bit ahead on the auto-scroll, as you can see. Too far ahead, in fact. I should have waited a bit longer before deciding to take off. Well, things were not in view. We do see where to land with the wall on the far side, though, so we'll get there soon enough. Alright, down we go, and... I thought I was... Oh, okay, no, I know what I did. Muscle memory is a little bit scrambled here, given that the button to exit is also the button to do the cat dive, and so I'm thinking of one thing, I can easily lose track of the other. But yeah, just a couple of brain farts with the inputs here. That's going to get me to the checkpoint. No, I was supposed to save the car. Now we're in big trouble. Unless, of course, I can get there, but no, that's precisely positioned to require exiting from the car. Alright then, down we go. Whoa, I'm still up top, okay. Not the best estimate there. Look at how the car bounces on top of the cat. Don't try that in real life, by the way. It's not going to go well for the cat. Let's also not start over. Let's head down. I probably needed to dive out of that even slightly. Run across, there we go. Yeah, no need to dive, we just need to be a little more accurate. Nope, I needed to drop the car. I was just a little late on that, unfortunately. That almost looks salvageable, but not if I played like that. Whoops. Poor kitty getting run over. Alright, let's drop in again. Whoops. Maybe not re-entering the vehicle as well as we should be doing, but... Oh, that's partly just a camera issue, though, that I keep losing track of where I am on top because the scroll has taken me off screen by that point. Yeah, if you do it soon enough, the cat remains on screen the whole time. It's just that it was previously entering that in a very sloppy way. Whoops. And yeah, obviously you do need to re-enter the car before it starts going into freefall and matching your downward velocity. Whoops. As you can see, not accounting for air resistance, gravitational acceleration here is independent of mass. Very important to know should you ever drop a car and a cat at the same time in an environment that has gravity but is in a vacuum. Whoops. You know, if you ever spend your nights doing that for fun. Okay, let's get over here. Like the famous demonstration of dropping a hammer on a moon, actually. The hammer and feather. Anyway. Back here we go. We'll be a little bit more successful at falling into cars. Because that's what cats do. Nope, hang on. It's funny because if I am just regular Mario at that point, that actually is still salvageable with a series of wall jumps, except there's no way to obtain an additional cat bell after that, so I guess eventually you die. Until you hit the next checkpoint or equivalent. Yeah, because the cat bells have only been given at checkpoints so far for understandable reasons. I know, I was trying to do the cat dive over here and I just missed. That doesn't seem to matter though, except for making it over the final jump, which is kind of important. Have to remember, of course, that the swirl in 3D World actually kind of angles you downward in a way. Well, fairly short creation here. Only that one checkpoint, and then going to be out of here soon enough. Whoops. And then, whoop. That almost worked out. Okay, down we go. Not quite. Alright, might as well take this forward. Then let's go down this way. There we are. And that's the clear. And thank you for the GG. Nowhere near that 54,999 record, but we can drive, just not very well. We probably have time for at least one more. Let me just browse around for a selection that would be appropriate. And we'll see. I've got a huge pile to get through. We will obviously not get through everything I would like, but just going to browse through my list. I did have something in mind. Hey, this is one recent one from Gilmore that we had not yet done. Pianissimo's Pomodoro Inferno held the Pisano pass through the Pyroclastic passage. This time there will be no checkpoints. FS? I don't know what that is. I don't think it's Final Smash. But we'll find out. Anyway, here's the entrance. Naturally, we're going to scope around just to see what happens. Oh, that's what happens. Okay, so I need to sneak under that and go up to the Koopas right away, and then back to the left for the trampolines, perhaps. Need to be fairly quick about this. Yeah, no, I see. The thing that was throwing me off is the fact that the first set goes up. Yeah, onto Koopa, onto the left. And then The upper Koopa should head down a bit by then, perhaps, but we'll have to see if that's the case. Yep, there we go. Need to drop that a little bit faster and grab the spring so I can get over it. There's quite a lot to improvise around here. Okay. Electro Dude, you love stuff like this, yeah? I don't know, we don't see any Toho bullet hell in it just yet. But in terms of having to react to things on the fly and understand a rapid series of interactions, I do know what you mean. Still have to figure out how to use this trampoline over here. I think I use it to... Let's see. Because I can't just dump it on top of the muncher and then jump up to it. I don't think I can make that. I can use it to jump over the muncher to the left, but then that is assuming that something is going to become available for me there that I just haven't seen yet. Oh, cannonball, of course. I need to be a little faster there, but that is correct. Because I was thinking, if I use the spring, where am I going as a target? And I realized when I saw the first cannonball there that time that the second cannonball must absolutely be it. So yeah, we'll just improvise our way through it as we go, and very nice. Whoa, okay. I'm not sure if I should hit that. I feel like I should have hit the left cannonball and then used that to jump towards the right one, but we'll see. As you can see, the camera is also on auto-scroll. It's not just the lava levels, so we do have to deal with the screen boundary, vertically speaking. And of course you know this mechanic, given that auto-scroll synchronization with fluid levels is a favorite of yours in some ways. Oh, I see. So the bomb on the left side is going to blow up. I just noticed the bomb on the bottom left. It's going to blow up and then lower the blaster. So that's going to be important somehow. We'll go back and find out exactly how. That's maybe cutting it a little bit tighter than I should. Well, let's keep going and see what I can establish. I see that I am getting a little bit of network lag again. I hope it's not too severe. Do let me know if there are issues with the stream performance. No, given the auto-scroll timing, I actually want to sit on top of the second cannon and wait for the blaster wall to drop. I don't think I can see any point to trying to get up on top of the cannonballs that early, not that I can even make it if I tried. That seemed like a little bit of a late timing on the cannon, or maybe I was just early on a spring, who knows. But let's try to get it done. A little bit of a drag on the cannonball there from the lava, as we might expect. Okay, and then we need to continue bouncing back and forth, perhaps. I was not clear on this. Maybe we should go up on the cannonballs then, and alternate between them to maintain position. not totally clear to me yet, but we'll get back to that location and learn it step by step. Okay, that was a bit close, but we made it. I think I get on top of the left side, and then I immediately go to the first cannonball that spawns on the right. So I do want to land on the left cannon as before. I don't think I can beat that, but we'll try it again. And I do have a specific thing I want to do this time. Okay, so yes, that's going to be correct. I just need to maintain leftward momentum and get on top of the platform on the left. I just didn't know if the height would work out. But I believe that will be the right thing to do. Maybe even delay to jump a little bit onto the right side cannonball so we can gain a bit of extra height. Well, this is quite the Pomodoro sauce. No question about that. There we go. That's correct. Yeah, we use a second mecha as a reversal. Use the bullet. And then, now, we just need to not get hit by bombs. That was a jinx. Well, now it's tasty, now that we've added a little bit of spice. That's kind of interesting. That's you have a level that's up to that point about avoiding the lava, and then it gives you the bone shell, and then it transforms quite dramatically into a segment of a different flavor, shall we say. Okay, delay a little bit, wait for this to spawn. There we go. It's very readable blind, though, if you look at this whole segment here. That despite everything just kind of falling overhead from the sky as it gets put in camera position, everything looks very reliable. Nope. Oh, we're almost there. That's the exit pipe. And as a 0 checkpoint level, that may be it, depending on what the final segment is. Yeah, really interesting to see just how much variety Gilmore has managed to draw out of rising and falling fluid levels in this game. It seems to be very much his thing to explore in Maker 2 as the common factor to many of his most memorable creations, including that sort of down and up elevator level that was very meticulously timed from earlier this year. If you know the one that I'm talking about. Whoops. Anyway, let's keep going. Up over here. And then, here we are. Alright, let's go over here. Yeah, that could have gone better. I am a little off my usual timings. So we'll see if we can fix some of that. There we go, that felt clean. And yeah, a lot of stuff in this level is just going to be based on camera position in terms of things falling from the sky. So, just a very regular set of timings that we'll be working with for the most part. That's surprisingly tricky. That last one there, I don't feel like that gap is actually the one that I want to go through, given how close it places me to the detonation. I think maybe that's just a wrong spot to go. Because it looks like a gap that you can clearly make it through, but then if you are too late on the jump, you're within the detonation range, which, given all the parachuting back and forth, can be a little difficult to estimate on the fly. And so let's try it again. Yep, just need to watch my positioning here. This part should not be too tricky, as long as we stay above the lava at all times. Yeah, a lot of very meticulously timed elements all over the place. Yeah, going left is clearly the open space there. And that's it. Checking around, yeah, okay. We'll finish it. And thank you for the GG. One more, maybe. Let's see if I can find something. Not necessarily quick, but we'll hopefully fit one more level in before I have to go. We've been doing one level for every maker today, pretty much, except for the two we did from Evgar earlier. Let's stay with that trend and do something by xYMM, who I haven't caught up with in quite some time as well. This is Living Be Like. Challenging, isn't it? Well, we'll see. It's a 20-second record on this, so... let's see how we do. xYMM, one of the many makers who came in from the Korean scene for 5 and 6YMM last year. Okay, so Skip Squeaks are going to respond to my jumping. I need to do what? If I toss this through, it just goes. I probably need the snowball, so let's assume that we need to throw to the left, in fact. Let's see where that goes. What is this? I have no idea where that went. But let's see. Looks like we need a snowball throw in this location and then maybe a long jump over here. There's a lot going on here, I have no idea what we're about to activate. But okay, that gets you within range of something that drops. Hang on. We can wall jump up this column here and check what's going on up top, perhaps. Not much, but a snowball will be available for me somewhere else. Now you got this arrow here. I mean, I should be thinking about this in terms of some kind of really smooth motion rather than whatever it is I'm doing. You know what? You're able to toss this through. But why would you be doing that? If you can just go through here directly. Because you can land on the other side. I see. So if you send a crate through pipe over here, then I get a landing zone. But why would I need that? Curious. What if I send this one through here, this one through here? No, I clearly need something to land on over here, unless... Okay, there's something I... Whoops. We'll have to figure out about this. Whoops. Yeah, I messed this one up already, but that's okay. We'll figure this out. So eventually I need to get rid of the piranha creeper that's on the right side, which indicates to me that I need to maybe escort a snowball all the way there. Whoops, didn't mean to break that. That's okay, we'll be able to go through, but if I land on that, and then I can get out quickly before anything happens. Yeah, I don't want a snowball in this position. I want a snowball up here. We can totally do it. Whoops. And then we can toss the crate. No, a normal jump will do in that location, but I would still need some kind of snowball to be made available afterwards. And I have no idea where any of those upper snowballs are going. So if I'm here, then some of these gates go down accordingly, and then I can continue this way. So what was the point of throwing the snowballs unless you need them all loaded for something at the end, given that clear pipes keep things loaded pretty much indefinitely? Well, we'll eventually see, I'm sure. So I'm obviously nowhere close to that 20-second record. I guess that is meant for people who actually know how to flow through this smoothly, which we have thus far not established. So there probably is some kind of speed route here that I am completely unaware of, given how I'm playing at the moment. But the fact that you can slide under the creeper seems to be important. So yeah, let's just toss some of these in advance. Toss this one over here. Okay. And then, yeah, that's gotta be a long jump for sure. I keep messing that up, despite the double arrows clearly indicating that kind of thing. I wonder if I'm just supposed to take this jump, or... No, guess not. I mean, I think this way I'm doing it is almost certainly not the intended path. Nor is that. The long jump does seem like it's what I want. In fact, if I do a long jump slamming into the ice, I should land on top of the crate just fine. And it's easier than just trying to land on top of that manually. Yeah, we'll just toss the snowballs until we know what they're for. And yeah, that's supposed to get you over there in one smooth motion. I see that now. This back and forth, I don't quite know if I'm doing it in a way that makes sense. Okay. Now, why would that? Why would that be? Unless you're supposed to have the ant spawn first and then people landing on top of that. Or maybe you wall jump off the right side. Oh, you don't. Okay. So either we're supposed to be taller or we're supposed to bounce off a given object as it's coming down, which... if it's something temporary like a snowball, that would make sense to me, but... without any evidence to that effect, we'll just... I think... if we wall jump... sorry, if we long jump there all the way across... let's see, because I still have no idea about these pipes. Yeah, there's a spring that drops on the other side. That's the one that kind of sends you back over to the... next long jump that happens after that. And yeah, I don't want to fall that far to the left. But it seems like we're getting closer to playing that segment as intended, at least. Oh, whoops. Tripping over the skip squeaks along the way. Yeah, I feel like I'm supposed to do most of this in one smooth motion, like grab this, throw it to the left, and then, you know, twirl over or something like that. That we're just doing everything slowly at our peril. So for example, if you do this instead and kick it over, then that gets this down. Oh, I see. And then the crate probably drops into position on the other side, and then you can catch it before it falls off the conveyor. Okay. Yeah, so you do that in one smooth motion. You throw the crate into that location, and then you do the long jump. I see, okay. It is supposed to be sort of a jump-style level, so a lot of things can be solved by just doing them faster. And then you jump, you throw... I think I get the idea. Yeah, so you bounce on top of that, and then you're able to bounce over. And then you're able to race with the crate up to the right side. Yeah, that's what it is. That if the crate is down at that point, then you're able to land on top of it. So you are racing the objects that are in the pipes. Whoops. Okay, okay. We just needed to engage with this level at the pace that it was signaling. This is what happens when you read indicators the way I read indicators, which is if you don't. Or you take them as vague suggestions. Okay, the snowball was supposed to be kicked to the right side. You land on top of the snowball, you get bounced ahead, you go through the pipe, you wind up matching up with a crate later on. So we just need to be a lot more careful about that snowball kick. That's about to happen right here. Nope. Have to throw left. Well, I'm glad we assembled this eventually. Yeah, no, I still had the snowball kick. It was an accidental pause. I thought I'd failed it already, and that was not the case. And then, yeah, just need to catch the long jump accurately on top of that coin. And yeah, so you land on top of the crate, you ride it, and then you do a high jump out of that. Nope. Okay, so I understand everything up to landing on a crate, at least. And we just need to be a lot better about how we do this little snowball diagonal over here. Oh, whoops. Yeah, you twirl jump up and then land on top of the ant as it's coming down. I wonder if it is a twirl jump or just a standard jump, given the time interval there, but I'm supposed to land on top of that crate. I do need to make it up pretty quickly. Given the marking on that P block, I think twirl jump is probably intended. Nope, still a little bit inaccurate about that kick. It'll come together, I'm sure. A little bit out of position that time for the spring forward. Okay, a little late on that jump. But that's the right idea. And then the whole time we're probably racing the original snowball, which has been looping up above the level the whole time. Nope. That seems like a pretty tight timing though, landing on top of that crate. Oops. Nope. Inaccuracies all over the place. Yeah, that snowball kick there certainly explains the 50 coin. Nope. No wonder. About that jump. Maybe if I just do a standard jump, I could even wall jump off the left side, but the double arrow makes me wonder. Okay, yeah, I was supposed to hit that pretty much on target, and I didn't. Just need to be very quick about the timing. There we go. There we are. Goomba hat, and then... Okay, that's basically on autopilot up to this point until we get to that location. xYMM, welcome. I finally realized after a few attempts that I'm supposed to play this level quickly. Oh, whoops. Yeah, glad you could catch a bit of this. I think I finally understand how to do the first segment though, and as you can see, we did make it up to the bully. Oh, missed the ant. But yeah, we just need to hit that on target on my way up, I think, and that should make sense. Okay, I wonder why that didn't work that time. Last time I could just proceed forward and have no issues. Whoops. We'll get there eventually. And we needed to slide under that. I know that from experience. Whoops. Nope, I didn't mean to exit. I didn't mean to get back in for more. But we'll piece that together a little bit at a time. Nope, it's that a little too far to the right. Yeah, just not doing a very good throw. I do need to hold jump into that. That's always a bit of an issue for me. Holding jump into the throws. Oh, I wonder how that got hit. Hang on, let's clean up the throw. And the long jump. We just need a much better reaction timing between each successive jump. And I completely missed with that crate, as you can see. It just dropped on top of my head. Much better. There we go. Oh, I'm supposed to jump on that P. Yeah, I'm not supposed to bounce on a snowball. The snowball bounces the block. I jump on the block because that's what the P marker is for. And I just have a tight margin to do that before the thwomp crashes from up above. Okay, I understand it now. I don't know why I was expecting to bounce on a snowball. I guess I didn't pay too much attention when I got in there successfully earlier. Except maybe, yeah, it's supposed to be a long jump, perhaps, to slam into the exclamation block that lies ahead. But I didn't read that very accurately, and overshot the crate completely. Which is unusual, because usually I'm late instead of early. Worked quite reliably once you see it, though. And yeah, definitely a long jump. It's even marked with the double arrows. And we just need a high bounce on top of the bully. And it looks like there's going to be an on-off interaction at that point, because that will activate the platform that gives me the next bounce, which will be necessary. I haven't seen the on-off activation yet, but it's supposed to happen. And we'll see if I'm missing something, or if I just haven't gotten far enough to see it. Or it's just disguised with a conveyor. Okay, I don't think I've missed something, but yeah, we just need all that momentum. I think it may actually be a disguised conveyor. Nope. A little bit of inaccuracy with the snowball bounce. And sometimes I'm just bouncing far too high just because of a collision with a snowball, I'm pretty sure. There we go. And then that's going to be a wall jump to the left, which will kick the bomb, and it falls onto the bullet hat, or rather the down arrow indicates that I will probably have to ground pound onto the bullet hat before I proceed forward with it. We'll see. That's a lot to read in a very short span of time. I have to do it very quickly. But I think we should be quite close to the end by that point. I feel like that was not quite correct. Except I needed to probably continue wall jumping to blast the brick wall on the right side with the bullet hat. I needed to retain the bullet hat up until that point. Oops. It's okay, we've gotten quite far. That's the furthest I've been so far. And yeah, once again, I didn't really get the side bounce with the trampoline properly, so that did throw off some of my timing. I need to go straight up here and bounce into it, because otherwise this will not line up. Okay. What did I need to do to get this? I feel like I missed something with the bomb. And because I was supposed to kick the bomb into a particular position, that did not happen because I missed it on its way down. And that was supposed to spawn the key. The POW does explain how to get through the bricks if the bullet hat is already broken by then, though, so it's mostly just bomb timing. I'm obviously supposed to kick the bomb onto the right. And I did see on that attempt as well as the last one that I had missed that. Okay. Oh, got hit by a snowball on my way over. That's unusual. Late on the high jump. Not the high jump, rather the long jump. Okay, that's fine. This is also fine. And then, yeah, just need to be very quick about the wall jump on the left, and I could have done the bomb kick accurately that time. Sound is dead. It lasted a long time today, Electrodude, without giving me problems. We'll fix that up in just a moment. It should be fixed, but we'll find out in just a moment. And as usual, do let me know if there are further issues. Okay. Whoops, missed the long jump once again. Oops. Yeah, nothing too technically difficult to accomplish here. It's just that you have to read a lot of things very quickly. And so it's very much just a test of reaction time, with a lot of moving parts in play. Oops. And sometimes if you're just a little bit off positionally, that can have quite a few consequences, even a few jumps away. Nope, missed the long jump once again. Was pressing the button. I think I had actually done so a little bit too early that time before I had landed, which is why the jump did not happen. Whoops. I still think I haven't seen the first snowball yet, have I? Because it's going to be racing me off screen for pretty much the entire level. Maybe something that becomes relevant at the very end. But maybe not, because the exit here is through the key box. So I would have encountered a snowball by that point. Or encountered whatever it triggers. Anyway, I do not expect I'll have any flexibility on that score. I do need to hit it. Yeah, it's the snowball here, actually. That's the snowball I sent through the pipe at the very beginning. That makes sense. I was wondering how it was matched through the level, and that's how. Whoops. Missed the high jump. So yeah, that long jump bit towards the exclamation block, that's the starting snowball. If I understand it correctly. Oh, I see. The lower skip squeak, that's what it is. I thought it was supposed to kick the bomb, but... Let's read that again, because I feel like I'm still misreading something about the bomb and bullet sequence. So there's a question mark block that's underneath the small skip squeak. And I feel like that's got to be the bomb. Or it got to be the key, rather. And that the bomb is supposed to pop that block on a delay to give me the key once I get over that segment, but I wasn't expecting to catch the bomb rather than kick it because of my positioning. So we'll see. I just needed to find a right reaction to that. Okay, long jump. Once again, I'm just missing it. My cue to start a long jump is when the block is actually activated, not before. I've been doing a little bit too early, perhaps. Nope. We're getting there. The early segments are getting a little more consistent with time, which is good. So the bombs need to hit the POW. That's what it is. Which tells me that I need to do a bomb drop as I get to the bullet. Yeah, because you have the whole POW segment underneath that is the landing zone. Sapphire, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Whoops. If you don't see the long jump fire there, it's actually because I'm pressing it too early. That mistake has happened a few times already. Nope. Have to take some of the timings on faith sometimes. I mean, if you follow instructions, typically things work out, and if you do things quickly, typically things work out, but if you're off by just a little bit, it doesn't always go so well, so. Yeah, once again, I wonder why it is. There's a particular moment there when I'm missing the long jump completely. Thought I had spotted where that was happening, but clearly a lot of work to be done. I am pressing the button, it's just not landing the way that I would like. Whoops. Let's remember to crouch. There we go. No. I was trying to drop the bomb and then go for the bullet, but the thing is, if I grab the bullet hat, the bomb should drop anyway, right? So what I should actually be doing is, but then it would drop too far if I wait until contact with bullet, because if I contact the bullet, the bomb would drop to the right. I need it to drop down here. But why would I need it to drop down here? Because it looks like... Yeah, well... I'd figure that out because we still don't have the key. And I'm definitely still thinking that question block under the skip squeak will be it, and we could potentially hit that with a bullet, but... Look, I don't quite understand that segment yet, so... Yeah, because if you slam into the block on the right, then I might not be able to survive some kind of damage check with a bullet hat afterwards. I don't quite remember how that looks. How you get from the bullet hat to the POW that I hold later on, so... Might be something else here that I'm not quite seeing yet. I'm also always a little bit late if I'm kind of slipping up to that conveyor belt. It does throw out the bomb timing by just enough to get me into trouble. Nope, missed the jump. Okay, here we go. And that's why it strongly suggests that you aim for the P blocks. Oops. Yeah, it's that down arrow after you pick up the bomb that is still giving me a little bit of uncertainty. So that's not the key, but it does spawn the POW. And that's the POW that I do need to pick up going into the ending. But then there's got to be the POW interaction giving me the key then, right? Because I don't see that it could be anything else. Nope. Yeah, because you need to be able to get out of there still in a damaged state while holding the POW. After those invincibility frames that you get from losing the bullet hat. So the only thing I'm missing right now, then, is doing that bomb release. And I think all I need to do is just, well, drop the bomb, I guess. Amazing how bad my timing on that long jump is. And it's consistently been a problem. Yeah, I'm hitting the button every time, but it's something that's just off about when I'm doing it. Possibly it's when I'm running over the one tile gap, perhaps. But for whatever reason, long jump's just not happening. Okay, let's try it again. All the other long jumps are working. It's not an input error or anything. It's just poor timing relative to the block becoming available. There we go. Nope. Yeah, that gives you the key. I'm not supposed to ground pound, obviously. I'm supposed to drop the bomb. I think all it is just releasing the grab button early enough. That's all the down arrow is. It's just encouraging you to do that release. So I'm almost certainly just overcomplicating it. Except you need to have it face to left when you do that. Maybe I shouldn't be using the grab button at all then, going into that wall jump off the pipe. Because then that way you just do a bomb kick. But the problem is, does that get me far enough to hit the bullet hat? And we'll have to find that out. Because I feel like I shouldn't be picking up the bomb at all. I don't know how to do its release. Now the problem is that didn't get the key either. If I did the bomb kick, it actually kicked it to the left side. So I probably should find some way to drop it at the arrow, but Muscle memory for that so far has not been cooperative. Yeah, I feel like I'm supposed to just face left. I think I'm supposed to face left as I fall into the bullet. And then maybe that will be correct. Whoops. That's really the only adjustment we need to make now, is figure out how to get the bomb into that middle slot. The down arrow in that location should be our clue. Which is not to say I'm reading it well. But yeah, if I just touch the bullet while facing left, it should drop left. Whoops. Then we'll have a little bit of adjustment time the bullet had after that. Whoops. Bit of a momentum mistake there. Okay. Nope. So I'm facing left at that point, but it means that I'm just missing the bullet completely. Yeah, there's definitely something I can be doing better with the inputs here. It just hasn't happened yet. Whoops. Everything up to that point has felt reasonably smooth so far. So that was actually almost right, except... I mean, you're supposed to do a soft drop on a bomb. That's the thing. I need to do a soft drop on the bomb while facing... well, I need to do it without doing the ground pound. That's the main thing. Okay. No. There's a specific input sequence here that doesn't feel very intuitive to me. Probably just from lack of practice. Nope. But if I drop the bomb... well, we'll see. I feel like maybe hitting the bomb directly probably was the right idea in the first place. It's just that the last time I did it, my positioning was not great, and I bumped the bomb to the left instead of the right. But that, if I just push the bomb to the right instead, it should actually work. Let's try it again. Whoops, have to remember to duck, of course. I'm thinking a little bit far ahead. Note, the problem is, it is still moving me left. Once we're at the top, we do need to do the pow throw as we jump over. Oh yeah, no, that's just a wall jump. Wall jump, grab the bomb, drop the bomb, grab the bullet. Okay, that was correct. I got it that time, except I messed up on a POW at the last moment. So yeah, you can actually do a soft drop right before you pick up the bullet, as indicated. And so we do have it. Let's see how consistently I can get it. I do have a key, right? Yes, I do. Okay. Checkpoint! And then hard mode, which we will of course be doing. Mang, welcome. Hello. And that's why it's hard mode. Well, I mean, we're not just letting that go, are we? We're going to see if there's something else we can do to make it over the flag. No, probably not. Everything else is just decorative. Well, we cleared the hard mode, so that's a GG. Mang, welcome. As I've been saying, I am kind of back to my original late time for the next few weeks. I was actually going to log off fairly soon, but I do realize that I have a new Mang level I haven't played. I think so, anyway. Since you're here, we might give it a quick look. I can't stay on for too long, so I probably won't necessarily clear it, but we'll take a look. Construction site. Get sidetracked on Boom Boom's contracting construction site. Followed by an image that looks like a girder? I don't know. We'll see. We'll definitely finish on this today, though. I was planning to log off fairly soon. Ah, okay, I see. So we just need to hit this stuff accurately and drop the fish. There are a number of pink coins as well. Then we need to hit this somewhat accurately. And then go around. Okay, let's drop this guy. Don't know what he's doing there. But the less we know, the better. These construction workers just casually throwing their fish and chips away after dining on site. And the Electro Dude, have you played this one already? Okay, let's drop this. One out of 6 coins. We will, of course, be hunting everything we can. And yeah, even if I can't stay long enough to clear this one today, at least it'll give me a bit of advanced practice in case it should show up on some later stream. But drop the fish. And down we go. Yeah, nice little bounce over there, and we're going to fail on the same kind of thing as usual. Yeah, so I can just bounce on top of the fish if I'm going for speed. In fact, it seems like, as usual for a Mang level, a lot of things are balanced around being possible in the first cycle. We should keep that in mind for locations like that, as well as any optional coins we're encountering later. Nope, not getting it this time, no. Yeah, we'll time this. I actually need a little bit more height. I keep trying to rush that jump. It has not been working as well as I would like. Whoops. Oops. On second thought, let's do it the careful way. And Mang, incidentally, congratulations on winning the Tower Escape contest. I just saw the results earlier today because I hadn't actually checked them back on as playing the puzzles. Okay, that's a neat little segment there. We needed to time that a little better, though, to land safely down below. Whoops. Yeah, all that practice pointing laser pointers for cats to chase has clearly paid off. No, we can't actually reach that on the first jump, I don't think. Maybe if we built up more momentum, but should plan around actually doing a safe landing if I am going to grab that coin. And here we are. Okay. Need to kind of follow the momentum here a little bit. A moving target. Now, why would I want to take that donut block? Oh, because we need to hug that wall then. Yeah, we need rightward momentum. And then we need to push against that wall. With the platform dragging me right instead of left. At least it looks that way. Yeah, there are a number of places in this level where using the walls and one-way panels to line myself up is going to be necessary. That very subtle one-way panel that is by those spikes in the little spring bounce that we just saw. The Mang bounce, as it were. And let's move on here. Yep, there we go. And yeah, here too, I actually want to land with the block going left because having it line myself up on the wall solved a lot of problems with landing earlier on. Down we go. That was a bit of a close shave, but we managed it. Yeah, going towards the bottom left corner after that coin really does seem the right idea, but so far we've seen 2 coins. We've located the third one, but not how to get it yet. Okay, let's go right on that. So now, why would I want to take the donut block? I feel like it is part of the answer to what I want to get done in terms of the spring momentum here, but no, I think I just need a closer landing. And over we go. We've made that mistake several times already. Oops, almost caught that. Now let's try this again. And we'll just jump around until we manage to catch this. Maybe not a good sign for how we'll do in the rest of the level, but that's okay. Yeah, riding along with the platform might not be what I want to do here, but we'll safely obtain that and continue. Yeah, I keep thinking that I want to cut off my jump a little bit there just to keep pace with the falling platform, but clearly I need to jump higher, which is not always a natural thing to do in circumstances like that. Nice high jump. There we go. Okay, that's gonna go left. And throw me off completely. Oops. That's okay, we'll just grab the claw the way we used to do. Just like old times, just claw and eye. Okay, much more accurate that time. Now let's go for this thing again. I think I want to hit the spring when it's on the same column as that top spike, so basically one space from the right. I wonder if I do need that lower angle from the donut block to do that. But it is difficult to tell. Just one moment. Okay, I actually do have to run off very quickly, so we'll just give this maybe one last good attempt. And then we'll call it for today and probably continue this tomorrow. I don't think we'll get the clear. Yeah, we'll try to get like maybe one more deep attempt over the pink coin. And that coin 3. But if we don't make it, then we don't. Whoops. Okay. Almost there. Nice high jump. The other thing I keep failing to account for is the fact that that platform is on wings. That's why I was making such a poor estimate with it every time. Yeah, let's just go down and around. Nice high jump. And nice accurate hit. Over here, after totally failing to account for that coin. Yeah, we are going to call it here for now because I do have to run, like I said. I did run way past my intended time today. So, Mang, we will, of course, continue this next time we see you here. Viewer levels is going to be tomorrow. And we might run some more Maker going into next week, although next week we will also almost certainly be starting Cuphead Delicious Last Course when it releases. I believe it releases on the 30th. And so we'll kind of be switching between that and Mario Maker from that point. And we also have a couple of things lined up in my gigantic backlog. I'm hoping to stream a little more often than usual, but it will be at this late time when we get on, so hopefully we can run more levels and have so much fun as we managed to do today. So thank you everybody for dropping by. All credit to Grikowski, of course, for bringing the huge raid at the very beginning of this stream that kept the party going for quite some time. We'll be sending you on to somebody else in just a moment. So, as usual, thank you for watching. We'll see you again soon enough. Stick around for a raid very imminently. And until we see you again, fare thee well.